all right. Fambulen, the term don't come for we like we safe. We one and only saloon. Fambulem, una do, una cabo, una good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depending upon who side you they catch we from. Again, Fambule, we don't come with another episode of Focus on Saloon. We they talk about they focus mostly on politics and economics. This program now politics and economics. I do explain time and time again why I they combine the two because for some reason a artfully one perform well without the other because I'll just explain briefly. Fambulem, if the economy now good, we all know say the politicians, they're supposed for be held accountable. And most times their work not can be easy if the economy not good. So the same thing again, if we now get good policy, it affects the economy. So it's nice for let we deal with them together. Let we talk about the economy, the policy, and the politics, and also the economy. So that reason they will make we frame this particular program politics and economics. And besides, for people that they join for the first time, I really will appreciate you now. My name is Abdul Karim Kargbo, and I'm an economist. I dey do that for put bread or food na me family table for able take care of my family. So now my own profession that I based in Canada. And fumble them this program tonight because normally I can say I open the phone line right away. But I promise when I say I go extensively tonight on the report we get with respect to the Auditor General when at the Tribunal report against the Auditor General. And at that make we craft the topic saying breaking down the Tribunal report. Allegations of misconduct against Sierra Leone's Auditor General. For plenty of una we somebody sent for me one interview where Madam Lara Taylor Pierce do on I believe in a Epic Radio. And one for tell them Bokutenki. But I now go play any of the audio day, that interview day because VOS they work behind the scene for bring Madam Lara na VOS. We go announce the show. Probably I shall say INSEF wants for let people inside. So a possible say it go appear on two different shows than a VOS. We they work behind the scene with them for make that possible. So and again tonight, because of that, and I want to say something we go considered saying a sort of preempt. So the questions then we get for Madam Lara in terms of clarification, I'm not going to go into them questions then they, but waiting I go try for do tonight, fumble them, because the report, as I said the last time, the report's about 54 pages. So I read them all through. But because of this now 2 hour program, and remember, I want to open the phone line after maybe 45 minutes to an hour of for Gilna the nut and bolt of the topic. So I'm not going to spend too much time on like line by line, word for word. So waiting I want for do fumble them for make them easier for we all. So we go to follow in terms of the main important things them or the key takeaways from the report. I go show una the chief minister in comment where he reference areas them of the report. I go talk about then comments and there I go read them and then review or assess the comments them and tie them to the audit report. The tribunal report. And then after which, I go also side by side use Madame Lara Taylor Pierce a written statement about 7 page where he put out. He don't publish them, and from the interview where I watch, he say yes, that statements they come off from him. So somebody not get for say, oh, this not to Madam Lara Taylor Pierce in writing or not irresponsible. So it claim ownership of waiting they circulate right now social media. So I go use that and try some of the answers that we give, try for see if we can able use the answers then they against the chief minister in your own comment, just for let we get better understanding on both sides. So now that now the game plan for tonight, Fambulem, if you allow me. So I'm not say yes, we're not gonna go right away for open the phone lines. I want to give me a little bit of time, like do some analysis now, yeah, Fambulem. So what I go do while una dey wait on the phone lines, let us still share the numbers them so the people and we they watch on different platform them then go before see and the one day where they listen to the radio, the online radio, because we they broadcast back live now we online radio station. So then people and they go able for take pen and paper and write their numbers here as I they read them. So when the time reach for open the phone lines, I believe say una able for go back to una paper also una don't write the numbers them and then call we. So for the people and we get for call, we're based in North America. We include the United States, Canada, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. You can call toll free, and I can always say toll free, meaning that na VOS get for pay. So it on we. The number now 1-866-944-7722. 1-866-944-7722. For the one they wait in a UK, the number for call, we're in a local number. It will be +442080891455. +44208081. Sorry, 80891455. I go repeat that number. +442080891455. The people in within Australia, we get a number we considered a local Australian number. If you dey Australia, that number they now +6129098437 +6129098437. So we're going to encourage you now follow a call from Australia. And if you're not in any of them place here, or if they're not in place here, you still prefer for use we universal number, we make you always say the one port number, we now the WhatsApp number, you definitely can feel free for do that as well. And that WhatsApp number for people and we want for use them, the number for call we now WhatsApp number now 1-343-997-5828. 1-343-997-5828. And also we get with VOS radio station now Freetown we na 91.9. And I go encourage you now for like una really check that out. And if you dey other part of Salon, you know in a Freetown, you still want to listen to the VOS radio station, yes, you can able do that. And how? You can just need for download the VOS television mobile app where you can go now your Google Play Store or your Apple App Store and you go able for download them now your phone, and then anytime we come on, whether not the live TV or the show, football or other sports or other programs, them or just want for listen to radio, music and all that, you just all in at the app. And for people and we kind of no see the app the app, if you don't download that or you not download them yet, I go encourage you now for like una do that. And the people that we don't download them, and for say boku thank you to una already we don't download the app. So for people that we not familiar with the app look like this. And Usami face day it move. And I go encourage you now for like una really download the app because you get plenty of other things them where I believe so una go enjoy. So we get VOS television, we get the radio, and we get with sister radio network as well. Where for now we they play African music throughout. If you just want to listen to music, and I believe 3 o'clock afternoon with a break for switch to BBC. network Africa. So una focus on Africa, sorry, because the network Africa don't they out now. But focus on Africa, BBC, on our cable for listening to live from any of the two radio app them. And we get Data Insight as well. And we get Salon News. We are going to encourage you now for like una listen to or una read. So Fambulem again, in addition, because I believe say some people for whatever reason, Facebook can give people a notification for like they're able join we, but we want to do a lot of work around that. So as a result, we get multiple platform them way on our cable for join VOS live anytime we come on live, including we folks then our salon we then come on live, so you can able for watch we directly live na YouTube we in our VOS network, and then Facebook page we got about 5 different pages then where we they broadcast VOS television, VOS Voice of Salon television, Voice of Salon radio, VOS SL, VOS UK, VOS Australia, all the station the pages then they you cable for watch we live as soon as they do right now on a cable for get me live now the pages then they, and also the former Twitter we now X on a cable for watch this program or any live VOS program now X we in a former Twitter, and you just need for use the hashtag VOS television. And also we get a VOS website, we're at vostelevision.com. And we get the VOS radio website, we're at vosradio.com. You go able for watch we at the television website, and you can able for listen to we at the VOS radio website as well. And then I don't talk about the app, we're not able for download the app and watch me live in the app. So in addition to all this, another platform we Boko are not familiar, but we notice say people they watch we from that particular platform day. We now they call it Twitch TV. So the Twitch TV you can able for get we live from the Twitch TV. So Fambulem now all them platform then they, and again enough or another for we spend too much time for talk about this particular issue, but I will do my best for make sure say I break and down for una Fambulem. So the first thing first, I want for bring to una attention clearly Fambulem in terms of the tribunal. Like una get a better understanding of it. Like I say, the game plan now for like we look into waiting David Senge, when the chief minister say, and waiting the auditor general say, and we go use now the tribunal report for assess if really waiting all to the people and they say a all water. So now that's not the game plan for tonight, Fambulem. So let we go right away. And first I want to begin with again the chief minister. And I believe so, I hope so now they say I'm clearly Fambulem. And the chief minister, according to within a right Naya Fambulem, it basically say Naya this now the chief's diary on the report of the tribunal on the auditor general and our deputy, a defining silence. So it begin by saying, I just read every word of the report of the tribunal on the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor General. And I must say, I am overwhelmed by many things. It's available here for you to read on Sierra Leone. So, in fact, that particular link there I use for download the particular the report because somebody be don't send them to me, but the images do not be clear. So I truly appreciate the chief minister way he give the opportunity there for watch the report live. So, I mean, for download the report. So, and I'm so glad that we're able for download them. So, I want to say kudos again to them. So, it begin by saying, firstly, the issue of the tribunal has been a topic of debate by every politician, development partner, civil society organization, and media, and of great importance to citizens. Many of us closely followed the tribunal, and some of us even attended in person. I must thank the chairperson, Honorable Mrs. Justice Yawa Maturi Jones, retired JSC, we na Supreme Court Justice, and the other two members for an amazing proceeding, transparency in hearings, and the rather excellent, detailed, and easy to consume final report. So Fambulem, again, the chief minister, the lavish praise on the people and we conduct the investigation with respect to the tribunal. And a few things now, I talk about the importance to citizens them, and I completely agree with that. And it talks about people and they follow the result. I mean the tribunal report. Yes, I agree with that. And it talk about saying in the Watcham, and sometimes it go there in person. Yes, I agree with that because at one point they even say something like say a publisher. So again, that not something we I will say a secondary issue for now. But the fact of the matter is the last part is say the report, of course, again, Boku Boku thinks them we a really fine, amazing the word we use, like a kind of really to it sound like say the report reveal Boku things them. And I agree say the report reveal Boku things them. But the fact but what we want try for Dunaya is we want to ask the question they report then they or the report the things then the findings of the report if then things then they really reflective again I want to underline that word if it reflect the true picture. And how we gonna know that because again like you say you get two sides of in fact then you say you get three sides of a case. You get one side where now for, the other side against, and then you get the truth. So what we want to try for do now is we want for pick the truth, even though we're not going to completely know the full truth, because again, one person right, the other person right. But I sure say with time, we go able for understand who's one of the two they say the truth, whether now on the part of the Auditor General or on the part of the government, because we, especially we, Madam Taylor Pierce, liar, they begin the interview so, and I sure say it go warrant the government for letting safe come out and begin the interview. So to that end, we pose the question. I will post we don't post this question na YouTube now we YouTube channel. We will shortly post now the Facebook page for let una self be part of this conversation. Let una answer this question because they go around saying this particular question. Boku people and they think about yes, Madam Lara, not a political figure, but because of whatever is say, it can be a damning revelation against the government. So reason therefore let some people and be suspicious and say this report, it could, I use the word could because it may, or I'll put time this way, it may or may not be, say, a politically motivated. So we they ask the question now. I go encourage you now for on subscribe to YouTube channel, so now go able to get the question here and be participate in this poll. And we Facebook page as well. We go encourage you now follow now, share, follow. So now go participate actively. So waiting at the question here. Do you believe the allegations of misconduct against Sierra Leone's Auditor General are politically motivated? So that's not the question. So you get any politics where they play by this? So now that's not the question where we ask Naya Fambulem. So we want for no waiting now on an answer. So we get three choices. We get one choice. Now, yes, politically motivated. And the second choice is no, you're not politically motivated. And the third choice, you're not sure, waiting for make of it. So then feed ending at the choice them way we give now. So Fambulem, we want for clearly, make una self participate. And with time, we go sort of the come back and check on the result of the poll, and we will finally post the result. So the first, again, we go back to the chief minister waiting his say. So waiting I go try for do, in addition to waiting we show where the chief minister talk about now, yeah, Fambulen, we want for show una specifically, again, as I say, in terms of the report itself, we will just use them as a reference document, Fambulem. So we will definitely show now some parts them. But waiting our for start first, for show una in terms of the report, I want for show una something about the tie way, then tie the report with the constitution, because anything where they happen at that country day, including the president in your own responsibility or in your own power, a day within the constitution. So that's something where I want for let people and be aware of. So what we will try for do first is let we see the reference. So the terms of reference. So waiting at the terms of reference, saying the particular reason for set up the tribunal. Now, they first will go begin, but before I do that, I just want to read this very quickly. This report is submitted to His Excellency the President pursuant to Section 135(5) of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, 1991, Act number 6 of 1991. I will come back to this particular section. I know Sabi on the program where we talk a lot about this section because I do extensively on the Auditor General in power and things like that. So now in terms of the removal, this 137, section 137, I will come to we are shown the Constitution, but I just want to draw our attention to it. So this now the report I go through, and I'll go read the introduction. Probably let's just read that quickly because again I want the people the way they listen to the radio station, let they able to know what in they read. So, number one, this is not the introduction. It says, number one, the tribunal to investigate the Auditor General, Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce, and the Deputy Auditor General, Mr. Tamba Momo, of the Audit Service Sierra Leone was set up. I want for owner pay attention to the technical things that I know. Was set up by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Brigadier Retired Dr. Julius Maada Bio, under the provisions of subsection 9 of section 119, together with subsection 5, 6, and 7 of Section 137 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, 1991, as amended herein after referred to as the Constitution of Sierra Leone. So what it is say now, it is say, well, um, the setup of the tribunal, then the claims say, or the report they claim say, it is under the Constitution. It is under the Constitution for like then do am. So now two sections them. They get subsection, but two main sections them we now the main areas them we the audit the Auditor General or the Audit Service Sierra Leone a focus, like a SIDOM, particularly the boss way na the Auditor General. So then two sections then there of the Constitution, very important, we in a section 119 and also section 137. So section 119, under that section there, it give the audit service power, it give the Auditor General power for I go show now very shortly for audit all public entities. And then 137, it also show if any reason there for remove them, it show how for remove them. So the second part is just the second part of the introduction, saying the appointment of the chairperson and members of the tribunal were published as government notices. So they show the notices, the volume, and they show the people we sit down by this investigation. So now let we go first to the number one side of the introduction, Fambulem. So now it talk about 119 and then it talk about 137. So Fambulem, let us show una the Constitution of Sierra Leone. And let us go to 119 because una they see 137, but let us go first to 119 of the Constitution. Section 119. So I decide because I want to say, okay, well, in the interest of time, for la cut time, but I just want for sure now because we get waiting people then go say unbelieving Thomas them, where then go say, oh no, Mr. Kargbo, that's not so part of the Constitution and stuff. So this indeed now the Constitution. So section 119 of the Constitution, it establish the office of the Auditor General and in function. So again, they refer to them. So I will just go through them very quickly, but I will pay particular attention to the side where it talk about the power or the function of the Auditor General. So 119 subsection 1, there shall be an Auditor General for Sierra Leone whose office shall be a public office and who shall be appointed by the president after consultation with the Public Service Commission and subject to the approval of Parliament. So these people and they get confused, saying because the president now in the appoint so people then can say, well, the president get the Constitution give the mandate for hire and fire somebody. That's true. But with the Auditor General and the High Court judges them, and even the ACC and other institutions them, like the bank governor, you get procedures that we for follow. Even though the president can appoint them, subject to the approval of Parliament, but for remove them, you get process where they follow. Because the reason we make them do that, the Constitution, yes, we they say again boku loophole them and all that, but still, it make very clear. Say certain institutions then they where presidents now will just pull them no more, like the High Court judges them. And the same standard for the High Court judges them. Now that same standard for removing the High Court judges them. Now that same standard the Constitution set up for remove the Auditor General. So I just want to clarify that. Let people not say, oh, well, now you appoint now president, they appoint the Auditor General, so he get right for fire. Not so fast, Fambulem. And the the um the two other institutions that I talk about, the Bank of Salon, where they had now the governor, and then the Anti-Corruption Commission, where the boss now the ACC boss commissioner. The one that they established by an act of parliament. We not directly then at the constitution, unlike Lara Pierce in position, the Auditor General. So that make them a little bit different. Even though anything we don't go through parliament, through that parliamentary procedure, it don't become an act. Because before it become an act, it have to be a bill. We don't pass through all the stages, and then the president don't sign up. It don't become an act, meaning a law. So even though na parliament pass in the parliament, na the responsibility that, then key responsibility that. So it don't necessarily mean say if for be enshrined in the constitution, if for originally they na the constitution, because the constitution give parliament the power for make laws. So act of parliament na part of Salon law. But I want to make a distinction between the Lara in case and the ACC. The ACC is a completely different animal, even though I don't talk about how much I disagree with the way how we presidents then they use the ACC as a political football. I will come to that later. So I just want to make this very clear to people saying the president, yes, can appoint the Auditor General subject to the approval of Parliament, but it not necessarily means say it can just do it in a do so. I go show now why. Now, subsection 2, then they basically the public accounts of Sierra Leone and all public offices, including the courts, the account of the central and local government administrations of the universities and public institutions of like nature. Any statutory corporation, company, or other body or organization established by an act of parliament or statutory instrument or otherwise set up partly or wholly out of public funds shall, that's not alternative or not to say an option, shall meaning mandatory, be audited and reported on by or on behalf of the Auditor General. And for that purpose, the Auditor General shall have access to all books, records, returns, and other documents relating or relevant to those accounts. So this established the Constitution, it established clearly the functions of the Auditor General. You know, say any exception now, you know, give no exception. They use the word specifically all public offices. So for begin say, oh, why for audit the president in office? The president in office is not public office. So that's not the first thing we I want for establish now Fambulem. So the public office. So the number 3 now, subsection 3. Now they also Fambulem una for really pay attention to we did talk about this tribunal report. The public accounts of Sierra Leone and of all other persons or authorities referred to in subsection 2 shall be kept in such form as the Auditor General shall approve. So how do they keep their record and stuff? So this again, a discretion of the Auditor General. So, and it talk again the amount of like each year the Auditor General for pull a report way now number 4. And then a go further for talk about well, let's just read them very quickly. I know one for do plenty reading, but I just think more it's necessary for let people them understand them very clearly. So number 4, subsection 4, that's 119, subsection 4. The Auditor General shall, within 12 months of the end of the immediate preceding financial year, submit his report to Parliament and shall, in that report, draw attention to any, and I underline the word any irregularities in the account audited and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Una see, exception not denial, as long as the Auditor General real to then put ease, but this na woman now, okay, they assume saying a man has plenty of the documents them we even the religious books them, they refer to man, but now woman herself can get them positions than they. So it become clear this subsection 4 say any la put them back fambolem say any the word naya let I just highlight and for now this word then 2 words then they any irregularities in the account audited and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Fambulem. So this, they tell we say, another question in terms of saying, why for audit this? Why if I go too deep into this particular office? That's not any sober argument at all. Because the Constitution, there's not an act of parliament too, where you go say something in there, then can use politics, or something in there now because of APC, then they are the majority, or SLPP, then they are the majority. Now it make this particular act pass, like how we they complain about the Electoral Act of 2023 or 2022, sorry, the Electoral Act, Public Elections Act of 2022. That way will be the complaint. And because of SLPP began majority, so we see say it pass. This one is not based on a particular political party. It did not the Constitution, where the Constitution say any irregularities, anything where the Auditor General see say it fishy, and it thinks say in your opinion, it is in the interest of the public, if we bring come to Parliament in notice. So now see, so for say, oh now which aunt or whatever it is, the Constitution gives the right, say any irregularities, anything where it thinks say fishy, if a bring come to the attention of Parliament, according to subsection 4 of section 119. And this, again, the reason we make they painfully go through this, now because of the audit report, the tribunal report, a reference then 2 sections here, section 119 and section 137. So ADEPA section 119. So now section 119, subsection 5 say, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising therefrom. Mifambulem, this now another important aspect where the Constitution make it very clear. Where the Auditor General don't submit a report to Parliament, the Constitution give Parliament the authority for let them debate the result, the report, the Auditor General report, and for set up a committee where they go look further into the report. So me fumble them. Now see again, I don't see am bokutem. Me where it come pa democracy, I go really go to it to the letter. Democracy, we dey talk about separation of power. This particular Auditor General, now the Constitution, e no give President Bill or the Lano call say this is not just President Bill, e no give the Salon President that mandate for even question the Auditor General report. I want to make it clear. The Constitution not give President, the Salon President, the mandate for question the Auditor General report. The people and way the Constitution give the mandate for debate the Auditor General report, now Parliament. So if anything then that report they were not satisfactory, not to President Bill in business for go after that particular so-called misconduct or whatever they want for put on. The Constitution again that mandate day. Now Parliament, the Constitution give the mandate for then debate the report. Look into it. If they find anything where worth for go further, clarify, then go set up a committee. Parliament go set up a committee where that committee they go look into it. This is typical evidence of separation of power. The executive, according to the Constitution, not give the executive any mandate for debate or even question the report of the Auditor General. So for according to the tribunal, saying the president set up a tribunal for investigate the conduct of the Auditor General. Remember, the president set up. They not tell we who side that recommendation come out. And I go show now clearly what in the Constitution say. Who that for recommend a setup of tribunal for investigate the Auditor General, where the equivalent within where the Constitution deal with now High Court judge. The president by himself, not constitutionally. The Constitution again the mandate by himself without a recommendation from a specific entity for set up a tribunal, a very unconstitutional. So in the first place, we're not supposed to even reach now this point. President Bill not get that power there for set up by himself. He say, oh well, I go look into the Auditor General in conduct and stuff like that. So we need for set up a tribunal and stuff. And not get that power there for just do that unilaterally. I will come to that in a moment. So within the number 6, subsection 6C, specifically to that, within it say, just for maintain the independence of this particular institution, the audit salon, and specifically the function of the boss, where now the Auditor General. So within subsection 6 of section 119 of Salon 1991 Constitution say, it make it clear. So section 6 and 7, let's highlight them, fumble them. So we're not going to forget them, yeah? So subsection 6 say, in the exercise of his functions under this Constitution or any other law, the the Auditor General shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority, including the president. Subsection 7 make it clear. The provisions of subsection 6 shall not preclude the president acting in accordance with the advice of cabinet or parliament from requesting the Auditor General in the public interest to audit at any particular time the accounts of any body or organizations as is referred to in subsection 2. Now make this subsection 7 clear, because beaucoup people look confused with respect to this subsection 7. But before I talk about subsection 7, subsection 6, and not pull anybody there fumble them. It make it clear. This is not plain English. Saying, in the exercise of his functions under this constitution or any other law. So meaning, if you not even know the constitution, an act of parliament not get the right for pass any law where go restrict the function of the Auditor General. So parliament, yes, now then the constitution say for pass law, for make law, but even where did they do that? Where did they make the law? They not get the constitution or give them the right or the power for let them pass any law. We go limit the responsibility or the function of the Auditor General. So again, we bashed the 1991 Constitution, but I go tell you now clearly. Now, one institution this way, the Constitution really handled well. And it make it very clear, saying this possible disposition. The only people them we go question what they need to do and all that na parliament, because parliament represents the people. Parliament elected by the people. Yes, the president elected by the people, but the president na a different branch, when are the executive branch. And then parliament na the legislative branch. So that's not a separation of power. So if una tell me subsection 6 don't say this woman get all the power for go after anybody, any office where they use taxpayer money for function. So who say cross the line? Una tell me. Who say cross the line? And now subsection 7, they talk about saying, even though they say now subsection 6, the Auditor General, nobody not for interfere, la put them bluntly like that, not for interfere with input in function, but the Constitution say, it no mean say the president no go recommend for like a look into particular office, government office. So the Constitution, and not a contradiction, if people want to see this as a contradiction, not a contradiction, saying nobody not supposed for control the Auditor General. And then the subsection 7 say, it don't mean say we will say that the president not for ask the Auditor General, and they make it specifically in accordance. So president acting in accordance with the advice of cabinet or parliament from requesting the Auditor General in the public interest to audit at any particular time. So if the president don't get report, like in cabinet minister or minister them, or a parliamentarian or group of parliamentarians them say, we they observe say some thinking they where they spend certain money here and there, or some procurement process, don't know they go well. They go according to the law. So we want for let you ask the Auditor General, let it look into the issues then they. So if Parliament or Cabinet members then come to the President, and this request now in the interest of the public, of Salon people, them, the President can ask the Auditor General. And remember, now suggest it is suggest to the Auditor General. Not to command it, they command them. Because the subsection 4 make it clear saying that nobody not for controller. So you need to talk like you they control them. Like say you they demand, you they sort of like command them. No. You just they bring them to your attention and say, I want for let you look into this particular office. Because I don't get a report from cabinet ministers them or from some parliamentarians them saying that particular office they irregularities then they go on there. Either financial, because again I will go through the 3 types of audit. So the President can do that. He can ask, not to commando, he can ask the Auditor General for a look into particular areas then. And then they bring we to where we will talk about the FCC, the Freetown City Council. So if the Constitution say the President can ask, we need for set up a tribunal and say now professional misconduct, now negligence, for if the Auditor General or the Audit Service now audit FCC, the Constitution give the President that privilege day for like bring come to the attention of the Auditor General. So fambul them who say people and they work in the interest of the country. Then they for be simple. President just need for a right to the Auditor General and say, well, I get a report of the FCC. Either you want for like do performance auditing or compliance auditing or even financial auditing. You can do that. And that's now waiting and call collaboration. But no, politics never give people a chance. Everything are politics. Why you not just simply write to them? So that's now section 119. And I don't make a phone clearly saying the President not get the power for command the Auditor General as to waiting for do. Now Parliament can look into it and ask questions. What to make you do this? Or what to make you you make this, you go through this approach and stuff. It answerable to Parliament. The Auditor General not answerable to President. I want to make it clear to people them. You want to feel say President na semi-god na salon. No, the Auditor General no audit, answerable to the President at all. I don't mean say when a president in at the BN and all. No. You get co-equal branches. In fact, I don't make it repeatedly clear now here. Now paper. Parliament even get more power than the President per paper. The President not able to remove any member of Parliament. But guess what? Parliament able to remove in the President per office. Now office. So that by itself tell you who say more power lies. Even though we parliamentarians them, for whatever reason, I don't know if they even know how much power they get. So fumble them, that's now section 119. So before I go to the other section where the tribunal report talk about I want for force talk about the removal. Again, this we still they talk about the particular 119 Fambulem. So they talk about the salary way down there for now, not to the issue, because according to the interview we get, he say yes, he's still receiving salary. I will say kudos to the government for that because now suspended and no removal made. So subsection 9. The provisions of Section 137 of the Constitution relating to the removal of a judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature other than the Chief Justice from office shall apply to the Auditor General. So Fambulem, na that side, as I say, I want for sure na force before I talk about the removal process. So if we use the same approach as where you remove a judge of the Supreme Court, the Superior Court. So Fambulem, again, in terms of the removal, another important part, naya we awanfole una clearly see. The reason we make her spend a little bit of time with the Constitution, now for let people able know say the Constitution and the supreme body, the supreme document of the land. The president not there above him? Absolutely not. So now, Fambulem, subsection 14, that's section 119, subsection 14. What do you say? It says now, whenever the office of the Auditor General is vacant or the holder of the office is for any reason unavailable to perform the functions of his office, the President may, in consultation with the Public Service Commission, appoint a person to act in the office, and any person so appointed shall, subject to the provisions of the section relating to the removal of the Auditor General, continue to act until his appointment is revoked by the President. So this again, now another thing. So the President appoint acting. So the question is, I know say Mr. Shilon and Mr. Jamboria, that we don't talk about waiting constitute a vacant position from Bulem. You know, Salon, I make them clear. Severally, I don't make them clear. I don't go to work na salon. Because within I don't learn the practice system of them place here, I go question Boku things them. So that's go make I know go work. You know, matter whose party. Of course, APC, SLPP, and are two sides of the same coin. So when you talk about vacant position, it's different from where somebody they leave, or where somebody in this case suspended. The president gets no right at that point for appoint anybody like acting. No. Immediately you get deputies. And as a matter of fact, not one deputy that institution they get. So automatically the deputy for act on his behalf. Because not to he left the office. Where he left, if he be resign or they remove him, then the office became vacant or becomes vacant. But none of that not happen. So the office not vacant, they make still they refer to him as the Auditor General. Not a formal, now as the Auditor General. So the position of vacant, I just want to make it clear to people. The position of vacant at all. So as a result of that, through HR law, The president no get no authority for appoint anybody. And the deputy for step in. And I know say President Bio, he don't do, in fact, not to just him. We presidents then are alone. Their own interpretation. I don't know really the lawyers them if direct willingly they mislead them, but clearly a vacant position is where the person don't vacate the office. But a suspended person not vacate the office. So as a result, it's not considered a vacant position. So if we're left within the institution, particularly where the Constitution make it clear, say the Auditor General not for be controlled by anybody. So usai the rule of law, they really prevail. The president not get no authority for appoint acting Auditor General. He not get that authority there, according to the way in this case, the Auditor General is suspended, only suspended. If he resign, where the position becomes vacant, then the president can appoint acting Auditor General because the position vacant. So just wait for influence in political interest. It go put on usai not suppose for put on usai the Constitution not give him the right for put on. So I say that draw this to our attention as well. Because now the acting Auditor General, President Biego tell her waiting for do, waiting not for do, whose department for audit to sign off audit, we completely contrary to the Constitution. Under no circumstance for prevent them as we be understand say they ask the acting Auditor General not for audit the office of the President, the office of the First Lady, the office of the Vice President, contrary to the Constitution, where the Constitution say no body, no entity, not for control the Auditor General. So now, let we go to 137. Let's make the case now, and then I will delve into the report, the tribunal report, and send a assertion, and then within the Auditor General say. So at the scroll now to 137, we deal with. So 137, now the section we deal with how to remove the Auditor General. So Fambulem, that's now the section. So according to this section, saying subject to the provision of this section, a judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature shall hold office during good behavior. Yes. But the Auditor General, the other section we don't make it clear, saying a similar way for remove. The way how you remove a Supreme Court judge are the same way if we remove the Auditor General. So now we use this particular reference, Fambule. So, but what I want for do, the side force way I want for deal with before I come to that particular subsection there, I want for first show the tribunal, the report, the term of reference. So I don't just go lengthily through the introduction, that part where the reference section 119 and 137. I don't deal with 137 yet because I want for first show una the terms of reference. So this now I for show una the terms of reference. So within the terms of reference say of this tribunal report, we section 8 of the report, it say the tribunal was set up with the following terms of reference, TOR, to consider all allegations of misconduct or lack of professional performance by Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce and Mr. Tamba Momo as Auditor General and Deputy Auditor General, respectively, of Audit Service Sierra Leone. That's fine. 2. To investigate Audit Service Sierra Leone with particular reference to the performance or lack thereof of Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce as Auditor General and Mr. Tamba Momo as Deputy Auditor General. So for investigate. So the first part, the introduction, saying that the president, okay, then the second part now give the reference. So the terms of reference, saying for investigate the Audit Service Sierra Leone, and particularly they reference Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce as the Auditor General and Mr. Tamba Momo as the Deputy Auditor General. And number 3, all other matters coincidental to the above remit. Okay, that's fine. But the Tiwawa established Naya Fambulem. Now, they don't sort of make the reference, the term of reference, that's fine. But the question is, who that supposed for make the recommendation for investigate or set up a tribunal way for investigate the Auditor General? Like I want to go back now to the Constitution, that particular 137, section 137 of the Constitution. It makes it very, very clear. So let us sort of read subsection 4 and 5, because then they show clear. I just highlight them. So section 137, subsection 4, it says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, a judge of the Superior Court of Judicature may be removed from office only. La highlights just that particular side. So Fambulem, subject, la read number 4 back, subsection 4. Subject to the provision of this section, a judge of the Superior Court of Judicature may be removed from office only for inability to perform the functions of his office, whether arising from infirmity of body or mind, or for statement misconduct, and shall not be removed save in accordance with the provisions of this section. So they don't show the reasons them for remove the auditor, a superior court justice, or in this case the Auditor General. So now the tribunal, or the reason we make now the president say, okay, well, then get reason for remove them. Now this statement of misconduct. So call them professionalism and all the fancy thing them. All right, so for that misconduct day, but let we see within subsection 5C, Fambulem. Subsection 5. And give the condition way for match subsection 4. Say yes, you go remove a superior judge, a court judge, or the Auditor General in this case, but now then condition here you for fulfill before you even think for removal. Subsection 5. So the condition, if the Judicial and Legal Service Commission represents Just imagine, if the Judicial and Legal Service Commission represents to the president that the question of removing a judge of the Superior Court of Judicature other than the Chief Justice under subsection 4 ought to be investigated. Fambulem la duam in plain Creole. For remove the Auditor General based on subsection 4. You go only do them if the Judicial or Legal Service Commission send to the president or present something to the president way other than the Chief Justice, say you need for investigate the Auditor General. So within this they say, the only time where you they investigate the Auditor General outside of Parliament, because Parliament can debate the report, Parliament can set up a committee, Parliament, when I go look at Parliament can set up, can even hire audit the auditors. Parliament can do that. But for the president, the only way where the president they come in to the process of removing the in this case the Auditor General. Now, if the Judicial and Legal Service Commission say to the president, "Pa, we get reason for let you set up a committee, a tribunal for investigate this woman." That's the only way that. And then, so, number one, so after we don't send to the president, then two body are the Judicial and Legal, one body, the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. After we don't do that, number one, the president acting in consultation with the Judicial and Legal Service Commission shall appoint a tribunal which shall consist of a chairman and 2 other members, all of whom shall be persons qualified to hold or have held office as a justice of the Supreme Court. And the number 2 aspect, the tribunal appointed under paragraph A shall inquire into the matter and report on the facts, not to lie, make up evidence or witnesses, no. Report on the facts thereof and the findings thereon to the president and recommend to the president whether the judge ought to be removed from office under subsection 7. So me fumble them just this part. Wanna tell me from the tribunal report and pass if they later go make up stuff for. But it clear say this recommendation for remove Madam Lara Telopias, it not come more from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. It not come off from there because they make it clear saying, oh, the president set up. No. For let you set up a tribunal, you get a condition for satisfied. As a president by yourself, you not go just say, oh, well, because of the bogus claims they will not allude to, oh, for set up a tribunal. So now waiting then do, then cherry pick the sections of the Constitution where say the president for set up a tribunal. But under whose condition? the tribunal report no right am. And all the people where they defend wetin the president do, they know they talk about they not even they ask the question. Would I recommend, other than the president, would I recommend or who's a commission will recommend for let them remove the Auditor General? If let's say, for example, like how we don't talk earlier on, the president gets issue with the fact, say, the Auditor General or the audit service not audit the FCC, it gets the privilege for let it ask the audit service for let them audit the FCC. No need for go for let them remove the woman because you don't get the recommendation for doing that. And secondly, if again I will come to that so-called misconduct, but let's ask one thing, Fambulem. Una tell me if it really right for somebody whether they investigate for fraud, and then the person, rather than comply with the investigation, comply with the investigation of a fraud case, it twists them around. It not deny the fraud, though. Because so far, I don't see anything where show say that receipt issue. Madam Lara Taylor Pierce make them up. I don't see any report where show to that effect today. So if you don't make up the receipt issue, I will come to in the Madam Lara in a moment where it talks say the witness, the team lead, where in fact responsible for that particular team day, we put the initial we give the we stand as witness against Madam Lara and in deputy, say then give the receipt. Sebo, use your calculator, calculate waiting you see na the receipt. And the calculator, the figure not even add up. So meaning that error then at the receipt. And tendency of fraud be part of the dynamics. I know anybody deny that. Waiting they hold up onto is the manner in which they go about the investigation, where it contact a third party for confirmation if whether or not that receipt they authentic. The authenticity of the receipt. Boy, what a shame. So now dan day for result in removing this person. By the way, I want to make it clear. This not be supposed for be about the president. It's supposed for be about the office. Where I strongly believe say, not to the president himself issue that receipt there, send the receipt to the audit service, not to the president. So I don't see why this whole thing now for be about the president. Because we all know, say that the president in office now big office. So you get people where they work for him. So tendencies, they say, you get corrupt people among the office there, the staff. So why the president? And we all as Sierra Leoneans them, not for gladdy, for where they uncover this kind of act. Where as a matter of fact, the person way for losing job now the person will fake the receipt. Certainly, I don't feel say the president go stoop so low for fake receipt. So why we not talk about the person, if not the accountant or the secretary to the president, if not that person they forge the receipt? Why for be the issue of that person there? Why that person for take responsibility from bullying? So I don't talk about 137. So I don't show una saying that the president not get the authority by himself without a recommendation according to the Constitution. A recommendation coming from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission for investigate in the first place. And not get that constitutional mandate there. Una stop for give credence to the president where they grab powers the way not get. Una allow we stop. Otherwise, I don't do a program now, yeah. Saying President Bill, it is slowly become, if not even fastly, becoming a dictator. Because the Constitution make it clear, and here is what Mr. Senge say. Fambulem. Firstly, the issue of the tribunal has been a topic of debate by every politician, development partner, civil society organization, and media, and of great importance to citizens. Many of us say that, but the side way he end them up with, and saying that's not excellent, detailed, and easy to consume final report. Sadly enough, and people here are retired, the chair, a retired Supreme Court judge. We're supposed for familiar, very familiar with Section 137, subsection 5 of the Constitution. Now, therefore, we don't tell President Bill the 10 way he assemble them for let them form the tribunal. Now, therefore, we don't tell him. Saying, according to the Constitution, we need for get recommendation from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. Now, therefore, recommend an investigation of this kind. But sadly, it definitely show. So do not do that. Then go ahead and skip them parts then they and go straight to the part where the president can set up a commission, a tribunal for investigate the Auditor General. Then go straight to that part there. But the condition where the Constitution give, when that condition there for result in the investigation, no, they skip them. They not talk about that condition there. Ebo, and so they cherry pick the Constitution. So I will suit you, use them. The preceding side will prevent you from doing what you want for do. You don't even talk about it. And let I quickly go through the second thing where the Chief Minister says. Secondly, I must thank HE President Bill for doing 3 things, according to him. Following the Constitution to set up an independent and credible tribunal and not unconstitutionally removing the Auditor General, even though the government had pieces of evidence of misconduct and unprofessional behavior against them. Ebo, see? Sadly enough, as young as he be, where we be for they say people like Senge for be the shining star na Salone, way for push Salone go na the right direction. Look how they disappoint people. And in fact, the previous one, he talked about the international community and all that. So given that the international community, all they pay particular attention, and the 2 sections then where the tribunal refer to, but then cherry pick, it make it clear. Say the president's not get the constitutional mandate for independently or by himself, without recommendation from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission for set up a tribunal Get that constitutional mandate there. And then you say do a very good job because it followed the constitution. No, my brother. The president not follow the constitution at all. So that is false. The president will not follow the constitution because the constitution say it not supposed to even control or influence the decision of the auditor general in the first place. And secondly, it make it clear, the constitution make it clear, 137 of the constitution make it clear, saying that if you get recommendation, I paraphrase now, if it get recommendation from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission for investigate the conduct of this woman or any issue as stipulated in the previous subsection where now they issued and therefore lead to removing the Auditor General, if President Biobi receive recommendation from that commission there, then yes, it follow the constitution. But no, he don't get recommendation anywhere, either by himself or in cabinet, where they don't get the mandate for unilaterally, without recommendation from the Judicial Service, Judicial and Legal Service Commission. So, Mr. Senge, that's false, not even misleading. It's a false statement for say President Bill adhere to the Constitution. No, you not adhere to the Constitution at all. So you continue the second part, allowing himself and his office to a scrutiny that many couldn't have imagined for a head of state. Some of the records pertain to personal, medical, and security details that should be otherwise highly classified. Again, that's another misleading information and also false. If President Bio no get issue for like the audit service Sierra Leone go into office, and as a matter of fact, why therefore go into personal record? Why? I don't get no understanding as to why them for going into personal record. If them be go into personal medical record, ebo me brother, I shall say that they constitute confidentiality. So I don't see nowhere Usai Madam Lara say do anything of that sort. The bone of contention there, Mr. Mr. Chief Minister, the bone of contention now about specifically, it go around two things. That particular receipt, we then say it breach confidentiality, and also because consult with the auditee. Now the main bone of contention. By the tribunal, you say you be dead. The tribunal sitting. Specifically, in fact, the mayor in yourself not be prominent. The prominent issue, now be that receipt. Where one time a deputy minister of information go na AYV, they talk about saying, oh well, the report it leaked to Africanist press and all that kind of thing. So I don't ever hear any of the sort before the assertion. Say then going to President Bill in personal medical issue, but una left. It don't necessarily mean say una so desperate that una just they add things that no more behind the scene. And then he also say that the details should be otherwise highly classified. So again, I read them. Number 2, allowing himself and his office to a scrutiny that many couldn't have imagined for a head of state. So meaning that, oh my goodness, this guy. So it means that President Bill don't do over and above waiting are acceptable even in a developed country. Now that you they say? So we not go imagine for the head of state be that lenient. Seriously? Whose advanced country you go here you say head of state they drag receipt issue with Auditor General? Who's a developed country? Who's developed country you don't want to hear that? As a matter of fact, La has shown an example like Canada. Again, this is something where it happened 12 years ago in 2012. This now be the headline. I be don't talk about this several times, but in the context of this program, let's say I'm again. International Development Minister Bev Oda apologizes for luxury hotel spending. La read for una. What do you mean? International Development Minister Bev Oda said she's sorry for making taxpayers foot the bill when she upgraded from a five-star hotel to an even fancier one while attending a conference in London, England last year. So meaning in 2011. So then quote him exactly, according to what he say. The expenses are unacceptable and should never have been charged to taxpayers. I have repaid the cost associated with the changing of hotels, and I unreservedly apologize. And I unreservedly apologize. Others said during question period in the House of Commons on Tuesday. On Monday, Oda reimbursed the federal government the extra money she claimed in expenses when she cancelled her reservation at a posh hotel and switched to one favored by royalty. Let me explain to una Fambulem. In 2011, a minister in Canada, he attended a conference. The conference, the hotel outside where they hold the conference, because the way how they work, and me know for sand because it happened to me, particularly the time where they travel for work. In fact, we get agency, that agency then get requirement, then get the hotel them, then they book on your behalf. Then book for you your hotel and everything. Where you go, you present, and for no more even use any of your personal things. The credit card, well, I believe say the minister said, because if me for a level me consider junior employee, I get a government, a credit card, corporate credit card, where now they use for swipe. Like way they don't book for me the hotel and everything. I just they give the card and swipe them and all that. So me, not to me responsible for book and the agency. So waiting they do in this case, they don't book for them and everything. The side they do the conference, now they didn't book for them. So meaning that you're not supposed to pay for anything like taxi or any of them sorts then they unless if you want to go do something on a personal, and at that make we get what and call incidental, where you can charge to, because they expect you for maybe stroll around and stuff like that. So they don't do all this for this minister, but what he do, I don't know if he activity be there now the other hotel, or he just want for go there and say a lodge in a hotel say royalty, they lodge. So he decide for switch hotel. So the sideway originally then book for him a commodity, a go now more expensive hotel. As a matter of fact, the hotel where them book for him now 5-star hotel, so now posh hotel as a matter of fact, not just in a crappy hotel. But he left there, he go to one way more expensive. So, question time. And that make Alec, to some extent, the UK system where you they ask the Prime Minister directly a question. You as MP, you as Member of Parliament, you they ask them directly. But Salon not set up that way they. And all that they make with presidents, then they make gaga. So, but again, I'll go back to the story. So where they realize doing audits now, because what they do, where it a naya salons way then say for retire impress. But yeah, yeah, you they claim like because the even though the credit card now government the issue now government they take am for you on your behalf, then still go give you the money where you spend and then you pay the credit card. So now you still responsible for the pay the credit card, but they reimburse everything. So where he file and claim for this travel, then see say, wait, the hotel where we book for you, when at that hotel the government recommend for you there, you switch them, you go buy expensive one. And not only that, now you even they pay taxi, expensive taxi as well, for the come to the conference. So what thing then do? They ask them, saying that difference between the price of the hotel where they originally booked for them and the hotel where he switched to, if for pay them back. And all the expenses, that taxi where they take from the other hotel to the original hotel, and even the thing they always do, we create more expenditure for the government. They ask them for payback. So my family, I say I tell una the story for explain say the particular thing where we the fet pa. It not supposed for go to that level at all. This now a whole minister, and it didn't the press. Look, this not the headline. And the minister now feel big after we this don't come on do. And now begin drag say, okay, well, it go drag the auditor because clearly from the auditing, this news broke. And not drag say, oh, the auditor and try for talk about confidentiality and stuff. It then I very clearly say he moved from one hotel to the other hotel. So whose confidentiality now? And not claim about confidentiality or anything at all. He embarrassing to him. So what did he do? He make it clear, say it unacceptable for let the taxpayer go pay the differences. So he apologized and he paid the money. So now similar thing the office of the president for don't do. Apologize on behalf of whoever forged the receipt, where I clearly believe say not go be President Bill, because I must not have money there. Where President for stoop so low. I clearly believe say no to him. So the person will do him, and the problem this, where then so they think everything politics. Probably think say, okay, well, this now one of me staff. So I for cover him. No. Then now you put the presidency in disgrace. For cover this one person or I don't know how many people because I must not have money there. Where they forge receipt and very clearly on behalf of the team, on behalf of the office, apologize to the Auditor General and gain the support for investigate further so that person they go losing job. But no, use that issue there. We're not necessary for drag the president as the country they go through boku things them where warrant the president the attention. They drag with the Auditor General. So now that make we ask the question now the polling. If we not feel say this whole allegation against the Auditor General, if not politically motivated, because this woman very, very tense, like a very, very rigorous in the auditing. So let me go back to Senge very quickly. I know say because extensively I did deal with this issue. I believe say Boko Ofuna the 1 hour I say because I see the lines them. But let I finish this analysis because I only want to do a one and not do a part two of it. Because we don't know when the Auditor General will come and VOS. So I want to make sure say I deal with them once only. So fumble them, that's not the second. And the other thing way David Senge made mention of fumble them, way according to now the third thing way he emphasized now. Yeah. So the third thing we emphasize is that releasing this report represented to him, presented to him for public consumption. This document will serve as a guide for generations to come. It's record taking, detailed reporting, mixed methods of both inquisitory and adversarial legal systems, and the use of technical, local, and international experts are exemplary. But yeah, Fambulem, again, for respond to waiting Senge say so, let I just make this quick comparison. People in way they follow football very closely. Where you they play football, let I take, I don't know, I know say Manchester City, Man City, they don't win the Premier League, so Baku people are familiar with names them, like the number 9 when Ireland. Let we say you get the main player, we arguably it will be Kevin De Bruyne. So Kevin, he fouled somebody, and then he passed the ball to Holland, and Holland do bicycle kick. He scored the goal. Scored the goal in a powerful way. So tell me, because Ireland used skillful way, he scored the goal. You want tell me say for like the referee blow the foul and disqualify the goal, or you want because the goal so nice, the referee for forget about the foul way Kevin perform or cause before he pass the ball and just accept the goal. A similar situation here. Now, before we look at the detail of the tribunal report, the first thing first, we need to go back and ask ourselves, waiting warrant for set up that particular tribunal. And the first thing that, not to the final report we've even bother with. Yes, sadly enough, I still take the pain for freedom. But to me, any decent person, any reasonable person where they use common sense instead of nonsense, is supposed for look for society to begin, how we begin. Because the foul play don't begin from the onset, the way how they set up the tribunal. So meaning that the entire process, we not for even spend a dime of time for even go through the report. But sadly enough, Parliament go take the painstaking process for go through a debate. No, Parliament not for even go through any debate of that particular report day. Parliament for throw them out. Therefore, just ask one question. Mr. President, you get any recommendation from the judicial and Legal Service Commission would argue this recommendation for you set up a tribunal and, in addition, send the report to we. And clearly not follow the constitutional process. So Parliament not be supposed for even accept a report like that. Those are true democracy there. Because the foul play don't begin. But you see, sadly, Madam Lara Taylor Pierce in lawyers them bring this case. Say the setting up mechanism or process is unconstitutional in the first place. And then can go to Supreme Court. Tell now Supreme Court no rule on it. Why the likes of David Senge not all the judiciary then fit to the fire and say no, in the interest of the country, in the interest of strengthening with democracy, in the interest of separation of power, on a need for pass a ruling on the establishment of the tribunal in the first place. They suppose you sign up how they respect the Constitution. They be supposed for force. Don't do that. And as a matter of fact, the judiciary be supposed for them pass injunction immediately where Lara and team file for let them look into the constitutionality of setting up the tribunal. Therefore, don't pass injunction for put a hold on whatever investigation because they're not constitutional. But no, we sort of jump. As always, where they feel say, one thing where they misunderstand. Oh, the president and the fountain of honor and all that stuff, as if they're above the law. The president's not above the Constitution at all. So fumble them, again, that example where I give about the goal. Now, in the happen so. So then they try for tell we say, okay, well, you know what? Just forget about the foul way play. Think about the goal. Think about now the tribunal, the report, according to the chief minister. The report, a powerful, a complex, it deal with this, it deal with that. Ebo, now that way we want Salon for go. This, now the strengthening of democracy. And then here are additional things that, again, I have not speak English now. But let we look at other aspects them where in the chief minister talk about. This other aspect. It said, and now to the substance of my takeaways from consuming the report in whole. I am surprised indeed that I haven't seen any intellectual or other opinions on the substance yet. I awaited for it, but alas, here's mine. Well, me they give now, I don't know if you go call it intellectual, but me they give common sense analysis, Mr. Minister. Common sense analysis saying you two assertions them completely wrong. And look what's in the right now. One, hypocrisy of service. The Auditor General and our deputy went to all odds to audit the president and his office, including breaching confidentiality, but failed and actively prohibited the auditing of Mayor Yvonne Akisoya's Transform Freetown project during the same period. Even after our audit SL team indicated that just is small. So it's saying even after our audit Sierra Leone team indicated Madam Mayor and her team couldn't produce records for project, the Auditor General and our deputy refused to sanction the auditing of the mayor in detail. So it is say detail of that, then a paragraph 145 to 161 of the report. This level of double standards in service could only be attributed to witch hunting of the highest office of the land. So it continues for say in paragraph 253, in what the report says, the evidence remains uncontroverted and unchallenged that the Auditor General refused to sign the letter of request to contact the other parties involved in the projects. It's almost unbelievable. Yet the Auditor General went on her own to find third-party information on the office of the president, which she didn't share with anyone or verify. Okay. So I'm not going to go through the paragraphs then, but let me just stick to waiting the chief minister saying here. First off, I talk about, I start with hypocrisy of service. Say the audit service then go all out, all odds for audit the president, any office, and then breach confidentiality, but then fail for audit the mayor. So me not go talk much on that, but let us show una the Auditor General and write up on that from Bolem. Let us show una again. I'm not going for make this program long. I'm so sorry because I see people they really them they at the line. It look like say it go warrant part 2 of this. Because I really want for take me time line by line for do this. So this now the auditor respond. I go read them for now. Initial comment on the findings in the tribunal report on the investigation of Mr. Tamba Momo, former Deputy Auditor General, and myself, Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce, Auditor General. I want to draw on our attention to within a right. He referred to Tamba Momo as former Deputy Auditor General. The reason being, if we're not confused, Tamba Momo don't give resignation letter, he don't resign the position. So now he make Madam Lara refer to him as former. To himself, he not put former, he put Auditor General. And myself, Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce, Auditor General, because he still gets the position, because they only suspend him. So he continued to say, I have seen and read the report of the tribunal dated May 24th, which was circulated on social media on Thursday, 29th August 2024, and received by my lawyer on that date. My lawyers will give a more detailed response in time. For now, I think it is important that I make the following clarifications. So again, I don't go into the fact, say, this person, talking about professional misconduct here. Let I just remind Mr. Senge and me brothers and sisters them. So Mr. Senge claims, say, the Auditor General go verify a receipt with a third party. Not even tell the person whether they audit or the office whether they audit, say that they do that. So to Ram, that considered a misconduct. And to even the president and even the tribunal people panel, they see them as misconduct or lack of professionalism. But here is somebody with incredibility down the line, in career they on the line, but putting the Sierra Leone transparent accountability they on the line, una write a whole report. This person were directly accused. The people away una directly accused of all the thing away in the report. Una not share the report with them until we una table them na parliament. We una publish them to the public. So the person una accuse, he know the same time as the general public. So that day by itself, not a professional misconduct. You accuse somebody and you don't investigate the person, you don't even give the person a copy of your investigation. But then you go give the other side when there are two parties to the case. You only give one party the result of your investigation. And then you say, because that's not the claim, the Constitution no make them mandatory, no make them by force. Say the tribunal report for be shared with Lara Taylor Pierce. So that's not the excuse. So now, when the woman they act on in constitutional role, in constitutional functions, for let ego able verify irregularities or assumed irregularities, una say na misconduct, professional misconduct, where the Constitution gives the mandate dey. And the Constitution show no side, nowhere in the Constitution saying by force, if for share waiting it go receive or the feedback, or before it go do that, if for consult with anybody. They nowhere in the Constitution. So una claim say the Constitution give the right for let the tribunal report not go to Lara and any lawyers them, but only to the president. Una claim say the Constitution no mandate una for that. But yet, una go far and say because Lara not share, waiting it go fen, where it go do investigation with una before the report. And as a matter of fact, not to even publish the report, and not sign the report. The report will get this whole shenanigan, the 2020 report. Because the final report, where the Lena Parliament in December, Lara then suspend them in November. So meaning in the signature not the part that report day. But una fact, because una so desperate for mislead the public, una disregard all their facts then they. The report be there in draft mode. I don't know if Mr. Senga know it in a draft. Because side away he talk about it, I go show now in a moment. Or maybe it just consumed by the desperation. So a cloud in sense of reasoning, in common sense of reasoning. Again, not to any insult Naya, I just state the obvious. So waiting Madam Lara say, I'll continue with that. He addressed this issue about the audit service, the office, I should say. So audit of the office of the president. Audit Service Sierra Leone carries out 3 specific types of audits. Financial statement audits, and issue waiting that mean audit of a set of financial statements presented for audit, compliance audit, an audit of compliance with the public financial management and other laws, and performance audit, an audit of the effective, efficient, and economic use of public funds. This information was clearly brought out in the tribunal. So it showed the different types of audits. As a matter of fact, I get a detail of the different type of audits them. way for perform, especially with respect to the public audit exercise. The audit engagement letter for the audit of the Office of the President, dated 4th May 2021, was specific to a compliance audit using a specific audit standard, ISSAI 4000. This was categorically stated under the objective section of the letter. This letter was tendered in evidence and referred to by the state. So it's very clear now, yeah. But I highlight the side where it give we a better understanding for the people that we're not familiar with any kind of audit here or the jargons them. So it's a third-party confirmation document and processes referenced in the tribunal report are only specific to the audit of a set of financial statements when confirming the existence or correctness of account balances in those financial statements. In fact, Section A4 of 1SA 505/ISSAI 1505 or ISSAI 2505 of the audit standards dealing with audit of account balances in a financial statement audit are very clear. That section states that getting authorization of the auditee for a third-party confirmation of account balances is not mandatory, but it's done for encouraging a ready response to the auditor from the third party. The fact is, the audit of the Office of the President was not a financial statement audit. Therefore, a third-party confirmation of on any account balance was not carried out. So, Famulem, I know say Madam Lara don't say Bokutinaya, but one thing very clear, it talk about the standard and things like that, but I really don't go too far. But because again, I do plenty research before I come. Sometimes because of the materials, then plenty make they take a lot more time. But fumble them, let I make something very clear. I want to show Una this particular section where Madam Lara Taylor Pierce referred to now the international standard. So let us show Una this side where it is referred to. So I download that particular standard. So this one are the ISA 505. So the ISA meaning the International Standard on Auditing. So this now about external confirmations. Okay, so it refer to A4. So I want for let I go down to A4. So I go read them for Una fumble them. Again, it's sad that we get for do this because as a matter of fact, they're supposed to don't know all this and stop this particular till where they go through where they go on so. So fumble them A4 saying as soon as they see na the screen, it look like say on this la reduce the font a little bit on this one. Okay. So the auditor may determine that external confirmation procedures prepared for one purpose provide an opportunity to obtain audit evidence about other matters. For example, confirmation requests for bank balances often include requests for other information relevant to other assertions in the financial statement. Such consideration may influence the audit's decision about whether to use external confirmation procedure. So yes, it don't talk say this procedure where he use or where they use now not to the financial statement, not to the financial audit procedure, the compliance audit procedure. But this they even say, even with the financial audit procedure, if in decision based on the facts say certain things, then they for like able get reliable evidence in need for consult external party for confirmation, he gets the authority for do that according to this one. But the one where I be they read through where I want for really right bottom, but I want for draw una attention to it. When I A7, me fambule, my goodness. Waiting A7 say. Una dey see A7. External confirmation procedure. So control over external confirmation request and response. Controlling communications between the intended confirming parties and the auditor reduces the risk of unreliable results of the external confirmation procedures. So it's nice for let the auditor self reach out to the third party, because then they go reduce the unreliable result. And in fact, again, where I read this thing, it's so kind of interesting that as a matter of fact, one subsection they where they say, if they limit you where you want, where the auditor want perform a audit, enough agree, and for resist. So, but again, people and they just feel say, oh well, definitely a overstepping bound and all that stuff. Then they, but I go encourage you now. This then at the internet, una just search for this particular document, and una go read the standard, the international standard, and in fact, una go really appall as to what una go discover. This, in fact, give huge opportunity for like even they thoroughly audit the president. And even this in fly, according to this standard, if liability appears, we go through the standard, even president bill in fly, like for example, under the public, under the performance audit methodology or procedure, because let us show now quickly, so una go able to get a better understanding. And we really need that though. We really need that, because if we not do that, Boku things then they way it go continue. Because if the audit, it just happens say to me, I feel as if Madam Lara Telopians, given what I read in terms of the international standard, even soft, and really soft. Because Boku things then they way the president in cabinet they do were supposed to be scrutinized. We need to see that. Fumble them. Before I go through the performance audit, let I just zoom through the different type audits, so now go get a better understanding. Because I know say Madam Liar, because I make a writing long, so it just give a short definition of the different type audits. So the first thing first, let I give introduction. In the realm of public sector auditing, the international standards of supreme audit institutions, ISSAIS, provide comprehensive guideline that outline the principles and procedures for conducting various types of audits. These standards help ensure that public audits perform their duties effectively, transparently, and in accordance with international recognized best practices. The three primary types of audit defined by the ISSAI are financial audits, compliance audits, and performance audits. Each serves a distinct purpose and focuses on different aspects of public sector operations. So quickly, let I go through them, because this research where I do, it get purpose, it gets the key characteristics of each audit type. But let's just quickly go through just the purpose and focus. The objective for the financial audit. The main objective of a financial audit is to provide an independent opinion on whether an entity's financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. Example, International Public Sector Accounting Standards. So waiting at the scope now. Scope. Financial audits assess the accuracy and completeness of financial records, ensuring that they reflect the true financial position and performance of the entity. So, as a matter of fact, if Madam Laya want this receipt thing, it is supposed to apply both financial and even compliance audit. But he just decided to do compliance audit. So according to the scope for the financial, because you get errors per this receipt, if we even do financial audit for disclose their errors then they, or for unearth their errors then they. So again, let me go through the characteristics because I want for begin take calls there now. And the compliance audit, the purpose, the objective. Compliance audits aim to determine whether an entity has adhered to applicable laws, regulations, policies, contracts, and agreements that could have a significant impact on the financial statements or operations. Ebo, so this is very easy. That woman try to go verify if indeed, like how by the interview when they conduct with them, it said just for see if then they within the impress. When by law, if you retire impress, meaning the budget we then set up for you, if you use any money per that budget day, you get for bring receipt saying, okay, well, this money where they assigned to me, I don't use, let's say if they're assigned to you 1,000. You say, okay, well, I use 800. So the 800 where you use, if I bring receipt. So if one of the receipts then where you give or where you show, the numbers do not add up, what's wrong? Because remember, the woman assumes say, your own office not go responsible for this error. So he decides, okay, well, in the interest of the country, in the interest of even your office, and they go verify with this third party if not then give this fake receipt. Or if not then give law pull the word fake, but if not then give this erroneous receipt. This receipt where the numbers don't add up. What's wrong with that? And as a matter of fact, not to you write the receipt. Why? If it be professional misconduct. Accuse you, say now you forge them, not say that. They say, well, the numbers don't add up. So let I go check why the numbers don't add up. And why this particular hotel for issue this kind of receipt. So as a matter of fact, una for gladdy that they pick them up. Sometimes una not even go through the receipt, una just submit them as per request. So he now in job. He go through the receipt and he see say the numbers don't add up. So yes, as a matter of fact, if it come back to you and say, well, the numbers don't add up, I think say we need for check with the third party for suicide the error make, that's fine. But again, una repeatedly they deal with the constitution. According to the constitution, now the same way una old salon people say, according to the constitution, the electoral commissioner is not supposed to release disaggregated result by polling station. And I agree with that. The Electoral Act of 2022 not say that. And I agree with that. But what did I say? Now best practice, now international best practice for do that. So this one, whether you see and say, okay, you know what? If it be a best practice, if it be good encouragement for like the people go loose body with you and not feel intimidated or whatnot, for let you tell them say, okay, well I realize this so I go verify with the third party. Then it discretional, not to mandate, not to by force say for do that. So now the big difference that the same way where I agree with una, where una say not to by force for like the tribunal team, they share the result or the investigation and findings with Lara Taylor Pierce, with in lawyer. Una say not to by force, the constitution will say that. So the same way, so not to by force. The constitution will say, Madam Lara Taylor Pierce, for consult with una, for even inform una. The constitution will say so. Because the constitution say, nobody not for control in work, nobody not for influence in job, the functioning of in job. So tendency they say, if you tell una go want for either talk to them or maybe try for intimidate them and all that. So then they go mean compromising in job. So if you see reason not for share with una, maybe for let una not compromise in job or in function, it decide for go straight to third party. Una tell me, given una own standard una set, given una own quote una the quote people them about constitution, not give una, not mandate una, not by force una, for law una do certain things. But now una want shove the same thing where una not agree on the throat of people them na saloon, including the Auditor General, say na by force, the constitution say, where you not say so. Una for if for share whatever you want for do or investigation you want for follow. No, that they meaning that compromising in independence, in function. So now if it be discretional, like how other things then discretional, according to una. So that's the compliance. And let us show now the performance, where I say, if Madam Lara Taylor Pierce go according to the letter, it be supposed for the ask President Bill, let it show us the reason, like the reasons as to why instead of a take commercial flight, it take private jet, then they come under performance audit. Let argue now a brief assessment of performance audit. This is not performance audit. Waiting at the purpose and focus, the objective. Performance audits assess whether public sector entities are managing and utilizing resources economically, efficiently, and effectively to achieve desired outcome. Again, if we not go detail, but this small objective worried. So una see, Madam Lara get the authority for ask President Bill tough questions as to economic decisions. Even the Boku fly is supposed for auditor as to why he feels it necessary for go certain place instead of a do Zoom call. Because economical for the country. It is under Madam Lara authority for audit then kind performance than they. Because again, according to the performance audit criteria, audit service supposed for ask any government office or individual or entity as to why they not think about, in fact, the performance audit. Another way they can assess them is money, value for money audit. Value for money audit. So, as a matter of fact, Madam Lara supposed for do performance audit by the president and ministers they all for check if they spend taxpayer money the way how it for be. And that's not the performance audit. So meaning Madam Lara didn't even go far. As now when they accuse him, I sure say if he ask the relevant question for make sure say the presidents they manage the country money economically, efficiently, and effectively for like a sort of improve the life of Salon people them. Una go there all over the place, say they fit the president. But the constitution gave the mandate. Because the types, international types of audit, where Salon they use international standard, say if we perform 3 audits, 3 types of audits: financial, compliance, and performance. And under performance, we will be able for realize say President Bill and in team, they spend Salon money economically, efficiently, and effectively. So Fambulem again, I don't go way above time, but let us just go through the audit service. I mean the Auditor General, a write up on that part there, and just a little bit on the other part we involve the mayor. So I don't exhaust this compliance, and as a make reference, so waiting is say now is the audit way it do not to something we warrant for like he ask for permission. So meaning nothing other way personal about it. Way for warrant say you need authorization, and also you think about something where you go refer to as confidentiality. So now all that is right now, yeah, a reference extensively, but I highlight the side and way I really want for just bring to our attention. This side where the government they talk about confidentiality, and even in the chief minister. For the records, according to Madam Lara Taylor Pierce, that expert witness for the defense that's on your side also provides, I read the top part first before I come to that, because then they give me the context. So waiting Madam Lara say, this witness evidence was preferred in contrast to one of the defense witnesses who is an international public sector auditor, audit expert. So it refer to one of the witnesses where the state put forward. So I not just want to go through the whole thing. That international expert witness is part of the international audit team that not only prepares the international audit standards, but is also the director of an international public sector audit body, INTOSAI Development Initiative, that builds the capacity of many public sector audit bodies around the world, including that of staff of the Audit Service Sierra Leone. The tribunal report mentioned that the expert was unfamiliar with the third-party confirmation process used in Sierra Leone. Interestingly, these are not supposed to be different from the universally accepted and applicable practices. So Fambuldem, again, the Auditor General make mention of this particular thing where a point where them put na the tribunal, saying, well, the international expert where Madam Lara call, here in lawyer, call for testify, say, oh, that international expert, they're not familiar with Salon system. Where, as a matter of fact, according to Madam Lara, Salon not get any separate system for audit. Then they follow the international audit standard. So, and according to the international audit standard, based on the testimony from this international expert, Madam Lara quote him for say, and he basically quote our quote where he make. For the records, that expert witness for the defense also provided a detailed written document on the third party verification process. No reference to this appears in this published tribunal report. So meaning the report cherry pick. So all the defense, like Lara, the people them where he call for witness as witness, and then testimony where then give according to Lara and ordinary report. So the question now is he ask him why later. So it continued for say in an Awoko newspaper article dated Thursday, December 21st, 2023, describing the testimony of the defense expert witness. It was mentioned that according to the expert defense witness, and then quote the Awoko paper naya, auditors don't require authorization from auditee for third-party confirmation. It was also stated in that newspaper article that the witness, then quote him back, stressed the importance of prioritizing public interest over confidentiality. The article went on to state that where is the case of a cover-up or gross negligence, seeking third-party verification is justified without prior authorization. So fumble them again. That's not of a take side. Okay, let me use common sense against nonsense. Common sense versus nonsense. Now, common sense go tell you say somebody where now fraudster, they don't commit fraud. Whether now ACC or the CID want for investigate that person there. So you want tell me say it makes sense for let you go meet the person and say, you know what, I want to go verify this thing where you tell me, or this paper where you submit saying that you defense. I want to go verify that. Common sense go tell we say that didn't make any sense at all. You know, go give the person the opportunity if that person they get influence for reach to that third party. You know, go give them boku reason for let reach out before you to the third party and maybe bribe them and say, yeah, if this person can ask you, just tell them this, I go give this amount or whatever it is. Somebody not go do that. So you where they do the audit, you where they do the investigation, then we pull this case aside. If somebody explain that to you, say, I don't believe this person. This person give me document, say, let's say, for example, I want to steer chance to the extreme, a kill person, and he give me evidence and say, oh, it be there in a different place, and he tell me, say, this. If we not believe, like, we ask this person. So when you want to go ask that person there, you need for go back and tell and say, well, I don't see this thing, so I dey go now for go ask that person there. It go make any sense for let you go back and tell that person where they investigate. Say I dey go for go verify what you tell me with this person. It don't make any sense. This are common sense. So let me pull first the ACC, I mean the international standard and the Auditor General. I'll pull that aside. But common sense for tell you say, we they do that still begin every time. When you know say you begin the lie. You they bypass them. You go to the source, if not to a teacher. If they come and tell you things them way, you clearly know say, now lie, you teacher not go say so. You teacher not go say, oh well, not come school tomorrow. If you begin to say, Mama, Papa, teacher say, oh, not go school tomorrow, it give funny excuse. You common sense tell you say, no, but this still not sound right. So yes, it left to you the papa for tell you Pekin say, and they go tell teacher and stuff. But guess what? If you tell the Pekin and the Pekin and the teacher get rapport, guess what? It can easily call the teacher. Oh, my mama they can ask you. If he ask you, just tell and so. So I'm thinking that it happened. Picking and student and teacher can get good rapport, then the teacher can cover them up. So, but if the mama really want for know, when the pikin don't even forget self, you ask the teacher. So you go able for know exactly. Because the pikin, you tell them for let you even convince the pikin, say, oh no, I believe you. And not necessary for even go ask the teacher and stuff. You go even tell them that and not say yes, and they could be considered inappropriate in lying case. But I just the give example no more. So you pikin go forget, say, oh well, mama no go even ask teacher, no need for call the teacher self for give her heads up and stuff. And then the mommy ask now. So that's not the proper way. So if you pikin, in this case, liar na in job they do. For make sure say it do things them, if not to for eradicate self, but for minimize the fraudulent activities, the irregularities here. It's supposed for go and inquire without even authorization. So now this our core paper they say, as a matter of fact, if even you put the two together, the fraudster in confidentiality for Kobayam say he don't commit fraud against the state, for Kobayam versus the interest of the people of the country, Uda go can force in terms of Uda for put force. According to the international expert, he say for put the interest of the country force over the person in confidentiality. So if that's not the case, so that thing of saying a breach confidentiality, it throw out the window because it is done in the interest of the country, according to within the constitution, the mandate with the constitution again. So given the short stay, I don't say so. That tribunal, the report, in all water, really in all water. If Madam Lara Taylor Pierce then be said now he forged the result, I mean the receipt for like it go put the office, let it go tarnish the image of the office of the president, or clearly to me, if I even go jail, if now forge the result, the receipt, if now in kind of scratch or erase or whatever I do for forge the receipt, but no evidence now say the receipt Madam Lara Taylor Pierce now in forge am. And in fact, let I go to that point there where he talk about that particular receipt there. So I highlight another side where it say, for the avoidance of doubt, Sierra Leone has never had, nor has there been any Sierra Leone specific audit standard or Sierra Leone specific third-party confirmation request process, as the tribunal was falsely and maybe willingly, to me I go say even willfully, led to believe. Any reference to and reliance on a Sierra Leone specific audit standard or confirmation document by the tribunal is incorrect and is a misdirection. So again, I rest my case. The confirmation request used for confirming account balances only in a financial statement audit situation are adapted from international audit processes. There is also, as mentioned earlier, no Sierra Leone specific third party confirmation processes, such as a finding is okay. Okay, I believe say a finding in the report is such finding in the report is a misdirection and unsustainable. So this also they make it clear. Say even where international standard talk about authorization, for third-party confirmation. Now, only when you did talk about the financial audit, according to the Auditor General, it say even so, where the tribunal say that that witness, the expert witness, no understand Salon standard and stuff. So, Madam Lara Telopias, they say now, Salon not even get any specific standard. Salon, they use the international standard. So, again, this, as I say, it not be supposed for even warrant all this. But again, with politics, they do any kind of thing now. So it say Boku Boku thinks them, but I think say I go tap na ya because well again, it's so much Boku thinks then they for cover, but I will just cover this one part now, where it talk about this. It is very important to note that public sector auditing in Sierra Leone is carried out using international audit standards, as stipulated in Section 11, subsection 2A of the Audit Service Act 2014. Insofar as the conclusion by the tribunal that there were two separate reports prepared for the same audit, that is misleading. The public is informed that for all audits carried out by the ASSL, the Deputy Auditor General is in charge of the audit has the final decision on those reports. Draft reports are prepared by the team members for the review of the audit of the Deputy Auditor General. At the final review stage, the Deputy Auditor General has the mandate to use his professional skepticism or judgment in reviewing draft report before signing off on the final report. Most unfortunately, it is draft report and the final report that the tribunal wrongly referred to as two separate reports. So now the other part is say, so after this now, I will take calls. During the cross-examination of the first state witness, who happened to be the team lead for the audit, he was asked to recalculate the figures stated in one of the hotel receipts presented by the state. The recalculation proved that there were errors on the receipt in question. He was reminded by the defense lawyer that such errors were grounds for his supervisor, the Deputy Auditor General, Specialized Audit Division, to have sought further clarification on those receipts which he claimed to have been correct. All of this was never mentioned in the report, in the tribunal report. It is certainly not best practice for a junior officer acting under the supervision of a senior officer to produce a report without that report being reviewed by his supervisor or updated if the need arises. It is unfortunate that the tribunal's report has completely misunderstood the audit process within ASSL. In any event, as stated below, the final Auditor General's report 2020, which included the issue in contention, was reviewed and published after my suspension, giving those who claim it was changed ample opportunity to amend it to reflect what they are now claiming. Why didn't they? I go stop at that question there. Fambulem. Let we go to the calls now, because clearly though, from November to December, now plenty time for like the acting Auditor General review the reports and before he publish them, make all the correction. So the side way they say, okay, well, this a wrong or get issue and stuff, then be supposed for just pull up. And a tiny portion of the entire report. That's just for the pull up. So, but no. And as a matter of fact, they're supposed to also go after the acting Auditor General because he signed and published the same thing the way then they remove this one for, where they say now misconduct. So because of the acting Auditor General not pull the same issues here by the 2020 report, where not the final report not signed by Madam Lara. So the acting Auditor General will sign on it. He saved them for be included by this case because the time we publish the result now December, and the tribunal then set away after that. So instead, like how they drag the deputy auditor general, now the same way, similar way, therefore drag the acting auditor general because you know remove the so-called issues them where then considered for be wrong. So me fumble them. And now that make us say, no sign or by the report. Yes, Madam Layatel appears, don't go I don't go verify with third party. So if una believe say, okay, well, you know what? Issue of of confidentiality they for that. And also now Madam Layatel appears forge the receipt, una not be supposed to put them, include them by the published result, by the published Auditor General's report. So clearly, una for don't pull on there. Say, no, this is not supposed for day or it under investigation. Well, guess what? The acting Auditor General, he even allow all the thing for day. For anyway, how we take calls them. Salona Conti. VOS Network. Hello, caller. What's your name and who side you call from, please?
Yeah, Mr. Kargbo, good evening. I know
Yes.
say number one, reality today, that would distract you. And thank you. I feel say you move from you cover everything we want to cover. Hello?
Yes, are they listen? Are they go ahead, sir? Go ahead,
Yeah.
please.
I believe say Sierra Leoneans will get short memory. I believe say the tribunal that was set up for investigate the Auditor General and her deputy. I believe say all the questioner, but the same thing came out when they set up how do you call the thing court that was set up for investigate the past government, and the same question came up. It went to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court passed verdict for say the president has the right. So
So
I feel saying I
you
wasted
mean
time.
the commission of inquiry?
Yeah, the Commission of Inquiry.
Okay.
The same thing. And a similar, same formation of a tribunal that the APC past ministers, the lawyers and challenger for say the president has no right to set it up. It has to go through the judiciary, whatever commission. That's the reason why when this thing came out, Charles Magan and others make a lot of noise. They never even try because the Supreme Court don't pass the verdict say the president has the right. You and I might will not agree with that because the Constitution clearly spelled it out that the recommendation has to come from. But 137 5 say a tribunal to be set up, it has to be set up by the president, consultation with the chief justice and other judges for recommend whether for sit on that tribunal. But without ruling, if you don't you don't give the power to the president for set up a tribunal, which BO set up for investigative. It also set up for investigate Mrs. Taylor, the Auditor General. So if you don't set her up, that's not the issue. Mr. Kargbo, I still say you spend a lot of time about receipt, no receipt. That receipt, either they fire or either they suspended Lala, the receipt came up. The receipt surface, now the Auditor General was say the receipt was forged. Either with a suspender or not with a suspender, the receipt came up. But wherein we saw evidences came out for misconduct that people where they work with Mrs. Taylor, they came up that materiality, because when we talk about auditing, we talk about materiality concepts. That Peter Smith Council, the project where they can, it was needed to be audited. But now, the general will get over all boss. It stop it.
Okay.
In our capacity.
Okay. Brother, I'm so sorry. Because I've spent too much time.
I feel say for that really give time because you speak
well, again, I will
you
just
know,
want to do
speaking
one
about-
day.
Anyway.
Madam. So call me back. Let me take another call. But I'm not able to
I might not call back.
Yeah, I'm not able to understand the connection where you make with the setup of the other tribunal to this one. So
Every tribunal salon, the
I don't get
constitution we say nah, president etc.
I don't get that connection there. If you didn't mean say that we don't set up anyway, call me back for clarification, please. Let me take another call. VOS Network. Hello, caller. Waiting your name and side the call with phone, please. What's up, guy, please?
Good evening, Mr. Kargbo. This is the man's to talk. How you do, sir?
I did do well, brother man. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Waiting you take on the program, sir.
Yes. This thing really sad. You know, when I look, I feel bad. And I don't know if you be fortunate for see Lara in interview we do today. You do a live interview for the very first time.
As see, I don't want for play excerpt from it because we did plan for viewers. So
yes. Okay, good, perfect. Let God bless you for that. Let God bless you for that. Firstly, you know, the chief minister, I don't want to say an embarrassment, but for anybody we get common sense, you will feel ashamed for let somebody as educated as they go down the pathway they go. And for make such statements them, you will be really be embarrassed and feel ashamed for call yourself a Sierra Leonean. Now, for a simple reason, just like within the Auditor General rights, a performance audit is different from a financial audit. Now, let me just go to the third-party verification.
So this is a compliance audit, audit.
Compliance audits.
Compliance audit self different, but this is
different from but this is not compliance here, exactly. Yeah. But let me just go back to financial audit. You highlight one part of in letter when you talk about verification, third-party verification on financial statements and all. And the reason why you say that, for example, if I go audit you, then I want for confirm your bank balance where you give me. The only reason where they make I ask you, say, Mr. Kargbo, can you please ask the bank to send me your balance? Or can you please confirm with the bank, say, I send letter to them for confirm the balance and then send the balance back to me directly? Can you please do that for me? And the reason why to make it do that for go through you, or when make I will go through you. Now, because if I go directly to the bank, it will take longer for them to respond to me because firstly, I am not the account holder. And secondly, there is a confidentiality aspect between the bank and you, the auditee. But notwithstanding that, if the bank able to confirm, say, I am your auditor, then he still release them directly to me, but it will take time because when I get for start for go back and forth. Now that make they go through the auditee. And not to say that for pauper and so for BO, no, now for just shorting the term we go take for let them get the response back from the bank.
I'm
But in the case of
glad we make that verification day because even need permission for
you don't
even
need
go.
you don't need permission. You don't need permission because this is the thing. When you verify something, now I don't mean at the auditor. I don't come to you, don't tell me say I pay 5,000 leons for my hotel. If I want for audits, if I want for verify simply means say I dey confirm which you tell me. Who sense it make for let I go through you back, say Budia, call that man back, tell and say I dey call him, let it confirm to me if indeed you pay 5,000. So now it will simply defeats the purpose of verification. For let I ask you where are the audits. So it don't make no sense. So now it make when I see this woman they go through all this pain, I feel bad for Salon, and it's a shame. Say Salon is 21st century with a do thing like so. And lastly, before I go, Mr. Kargbo, there is a reason waiting make we get them body they are so, the accounting body and the auditing body they are so. There is a reason. And then body then they not only they no more say now for let you go through them and sit them exam and get them paper. No, now for instances the like wire whenever somebody feels say one of the member don't do something way wrong with it against the code of conduct, you get all the right for reach out to them body then they and lay complaint say, hey, Budia, Mrs. Telopias do this so since in a member of una body, can you please confirm to us or can you please tell us that whether what she did was right or wrong? And then body then they if they find out say you did do something with it outside the code of conduct, then they take your certificates that you earn. I am a member of ACC. Then they take your certificates that you earn. It's clear.
And thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Mans.
sir.
But no break the rule.
Sure.
Call me back, please, because the time don't lapse. Thank you so much as always, and I'm glad you identify yourself as a member of that body day. And thank you so much. Let me take another call. VOS Network. Hello, caller. Waiting on your name and where you call from, please.
Yes, Mr. Kargbo, how are you, sir?
How do you do? Well, thank you so much.
Sorry, Alusain, I call from Maryland.
All right, thank you so much, brother Alusain. Go ahead, please. Waiting on you take on the program, sir.
I want to give me your opinion about this thing.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Personally, I believe say the Auditor General will make President Biola accountable because they be expected for don't stop that man to do the all the dirty job against the president. The president will get immunity from prosecution. That's alone according to the Constitution. You know, they distract the president, that's alone, or America, or even Israel, say involvement in corruption for stand trial. You know, you do that one, even at the Democrats at the Middle East, even America, even Salon are not supposed to be so because another thing that man they try to accomplish in assistant. They make it decide to step aside right now because they step aside now in the upstate they not go fire, we go lose on the benefit. I personally believe say if they do from where they accuse Ernest Koeman, say a corrupt leader. Now I want to try to counter that. Now make you go after the impress of the president, the impress fund. When I get the president for let use them at will. Wait in a con. Because I don't think they don't ever investigate. They never do that to since the constitution, right? I don't think they do that to Kaba or they do that to Ernest Koeman. So now this commission requires this President you said, and they want to try for counter. I make them do this here. When I make the woman talk, say no, ain't no sign. Not to do the investigation. He don't pull the AD already. He's saying that Tambaduam. Tamba Momo and do not to do amo. I don't know why they go no one can put me inside, but I for don't stop them. Like the first time we that man they leak information to African press. Where he say president during government lost $4 billion out from the trade of the timber. Now this woman ain't gonna 98.1. Now he apologize. He said because that number not correct because the GDP of Salon not reach $4 billion. Now president outside they go lost $4 billion and African Express published that article 2 weeks before the result come out. And that particular Monday, according to information, I made they leak all information to African Express. That the real documented inside when a legitimate document, it is sent to African Express, a publisher done African Express in the press in the stamp corruption panel. They use propaganda. For when they suspending 2 people now African Express, you know everybody again. This man will be dangerous man. Now I put this man for trouble. This man ability to don't stop this man for this the mission will be the wrong. He get connection with Anescoma and WEF. And that me understand. Now APC he get connection, that connection in the 3 days because they didn't call Sierra Leone and the AC boss he come. We try to implicate this man try to implicate First Lady back. I make the AC boss is spin up. Go to Sierra Leone, he said so in office will do all this them. So now just political grandstanding right now for they don't embarrass the president. That is everyone for embarrass and say, hey, that's what this government no more corrupt to. You yourself corrupt. So that is right for them because even President David accused Anes Kuma for saying, if you can, when you pay money, someone will tell, they don't want to lot because of that. That's the way they go. All this that they orchestrate for embarrass the president. I mean, they say it's very unprofessional.
All right.
And,
yeah, brother Lucien, thank you very much. One, you make a lot of points there, and I agree with most of them. One, though, where I just want for correct, where you talk the Constitution say not for investigate the president, not to the president did they investigate in this case. Now the office.
At the office.
Yes, exactly. So the Constitution not say not for investigate the office. So the office, the president got coup employees them. They're not immune. So they're not immune at all. So I just want to make that clarification there, sir. Okay. So this now something will be very easy. The president don't even support this woman. Whoever forged that receipt, they get in trouble. That's it. He's supposed for don't even give all the support necessary for let you expose that person.
Office of the president indirectly they try for.
No.
And the president is target.
No. I disagree with that. The president, where he say it clean up any corrupt act, if it begin with the people that way they work for him directly. So not to him.
So now the president call the hotel, and the president book hotel for him.
No, well, so
call the hotel.
No, not to the. I don't believe say the president go book hotel for himself.
You don't get time. I tell it just tell the people let's not do this.
Fine. So now you get the point. So then people then they will do the booking and that's make analysis and make them say no. I not believe say president go stoop low for how much another money they not to that kind of money for like a for forgery.
Just embarrass them for neutralize anything corruption. That's all it is.
Well, to me, the president for don't come out. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's take on that call. But I just want to correct that side saying this not to the president by directly did they investigate. No. And not to the act of the president did they investigate. No. This now the people and we pay for the we arrange the hoteling accommodation, we receive the receipt. So if the receipt that discrepancy in the numbers, it come up from the third party, the hotel itself, then the AG go address that. But if the forgery come off from the person who submit the receipt, we're not to directly the president, that person therefore get in trouble. So nothing or get anything for do with direct FTI of the president. Let people left for spin on that way. This now the person where they work for the president, now you forget in trouble.
Now they say, president, you're corrupt.
No. Okay, well, let's take on that call. I just clarify that side, yeah. Thank you very much, bro.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah, and I know say I go take I'm not going to take boku calls then because really we don't go more than 3 hours. But let we take 2 more calls. I really apologize when I give people in too much time for call, but I'll take 2 more calls. Let's go for WhatsApp. WhatsApp, go ahead, please. Waiting your name and no side call from, please.
Yes, Mr. Kabu, this is Amans again.
Hello, brother Mines. So lock keep to 3 minutes here. I know see you
Yes,
can give
sure.
expert opinion as well.
First
I
of
go
all,
to
I want for
in the
yes.
program.
I want for disagree a little bit with you and we brother we just call regarding you mentioned something about persecution or prosecution. Then Yusuf may use the word immunity. I don't think say then two term then they for come into play in this issue because when you go audit, get any relationship with prosecution. Nothing like it, that's not a big all waiting you to go do, you just dey go make sure say waiting they use money then for now the right thing and then get supporting document for who waiting they say they use the money for. And again, it's sad. I hear me brother, I bring politics come inside it. We need for left then see as soon as salon.
Brother
You need-
Mans, I can pause. I'll pause it quick. I don't start your time, mate. Waiting. I mean, for the clarification. The Constitution say while it perform in duty as president, enough for face any investigation relating to waiting he do as president. So now that I make
oh
us
yeah,
say
oh yeah, yeah,
any get
absolutely.
any bearing with
you
it.
you right you
The,
right about
so,
that.
so, so
But
now that so now that,
for let it bring that prosecution, be relevant in this
yeah, so that
instance at all,
clarification
because
this
this
not
not
to
an
say
investigation. Yeah. Okay, no
not,
problem, sir.
not, not to on the president in action, like as president,
Yeah,
not to
a-
him did they investigate
absolutely,
him. So
absolutely.
this is something we not get any direct affiliation to
I
the
feel
president
the
to
president
exercise.
himself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
so for let we bring politics into thing like the wire. So it just unfortunate. We're not for the do politics parentia. Una because then we don't attack and escoma. So now no. For bisu. When you know if people in the na salon we for the look up to say now we hope the one in the for say if we get for move to the right direction. Now then people in the get for the before for help we follow go the right direction. I think say Lara is one of those people. Lara na one of them people in the way for the look up to. Just like what Yusuf say rightly, the president should have supported her. Say, okay, you don't bring out some the issue there. So who are them people there so we involved? Because not to the president pay, not to the president make receipts. And it was so sad for let we see people when they work in audit service, they go stand as witness. Even when they give the man the receipt, say calculate the amount say whether they and tell we if it correct. That alone na cause for let any auditor qualify an account. That alone, because now misstatements. That alone, the auditor can collect. Then the other I just want to touch. I mean, I agree that they talk say and the report say how they in line with saloon standard. For heaven's sake, saloon no get auditing standards. Saloon no get accounting standard, saloon no get auditing standard on their own. When they use the IAS, they use the ISC for auditing. Na saloon. Where both of them and two then they like just like the IFRS way now the International Financial Reporting Standards, not to salon get them. We just they follow. We just they comply with waiting they say. So for let them talk say what he do in order in line with salon, it not make any sense. It not make any sense. The PFM Act not talk about how you for do auditing. It just talk about how you for manage salon couple. And when in the go audit, in the you look the PFM Act, then he apply auditing rules for doing work. Now that's not what they do. And then quickly before I go, the city council, it's a shame because the Audit Act gets a clear mandate. The audit public offices them where they use money from the consolidated funds. Now, if there is a project where city council right, but it's been funded by outside parties, and the money where they come, come directly to city council, but instead it go to implementing partners, that is outside the scope and the mandate of the audit service alone. So you don't get any right for go audit them people in there. So for let them talk, say witnesses then go and talk, say how go audit them. And the chief minister, as educated as he is, for let himself tonal line there, it's a shame. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much for the buzzer be just one go. Thank you as always. We truly appreciate your clarity there, your clarification there. So let me take one more call. VOS Network. Hello, caller. Waiting on your name and who the call we from, please.
Mr. Kawo, you typed me for over about 10 minutes, and Mr. Kawo, over in 10 minutes, and 3 minutes. Well, let me just go. Let me just move ahead.
Oda in 10 minutes? I don't understand.
Over in 3 minutes and 10 minutes.
Oda na Umar.
Oman will just done.
Oh, Oman's. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it just be slightly over 3 minutes. We
no. I get what I just time.
Okay. My brother, I can always display. I can always display the time and go back and watch the time we display where they call. You be talk for 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes. Where you be talk first, really, even go 20 seconds after the 3 minutes. So let me stop that though. Go ahead, please.
No, but I just want to say, okay, the whole Auditor General report, we analyze that. You talk about receipt, the misconduct of the Auditor General. If you read the report that came out, it's not about the receipt. The benchmark is about even the evidences that people came when they give. They tell the people and say, the public authority say, people went and they field auditors. They went and saw that it's materiality for audit city council, but Mr. Taylor and Assistant Auditor General, they be the Deputy Auditor General, they block them for audit. It does not misconduct. And they come, they face the court, they establish that. What is misconduct more than that? I hope we all will answer that. Even the Financial Act will the previous speaker measure. The Financial Act say, even you don't have funding, when you go short, once that institution established by like city council or other ways, we go if you can't lay on a parliament, if you go short money outside EU or any other country, if you can't lay on, if you can't put on a parliament, and parliament get for approval. So if the mayor that's fitter goes short whatever money, it should be audited, because they only sell the money for in personal use. They don't sell the money for in use as a person, but for the salon. So that money should be audited, and that mandate is clear. So I don't know why we say that money should not be audited, and why Lara and assistant will be blocked for it to be audited. That's the bigger picture. That then misconduct come in. The misconduct come in because even though Lara was suspended, the receipt, now just by new something. Let's talk about that receipt costs $100,000. Are you saying if the bureau said we want to take that money, what's that money? That's immaterial issue. The number will create a receipt will cost $100,000. But Mr. Kargbo and all of the other people that want believe say the Auditor General was suspended because of one receipt will cost how many $1,000? I don't even know. Is it $10,000 or $12,000? What is that? Is that really material in this case? the pay of the Auditor General for a month or two, in more than that money, until we love Salon, we begin to say the true thing about Salon before Salon will go before. Thank you, Mr. Kargbo.
All right.
God bless you all.
3 minutes done. And again, I try not to engage you because let you use your 3 minutes. I know so you don't hang up. As you can see there now 3 minutes, almost 20 seconds you talk for. But now you talk about saying, okay, well, the misconduct not on the receipt. So you they say now on because of according to the report saying that it prevent people for go audit the Freetown City Council, and there you say, oh, we all agree saying not just about receipt. Yes, it was about the receipt, and in fact, the trial, if I can put on that way, the public hearing, okay, the public hearing during the tribunal, the most evidence now about the receipt. So plenty of them here now. Now had they had them by the tribunal, but it not be part of the public hearing because we they follow the public hearing. So clearly, the whole thing started with that receipt. And okay, let me take you word for a moment there. You see what you they say, saying any public money, if therefore lay am before parliament and stuff. What did the woman say? In fact, again, now something we're very lengthy, but in the interest of other people, because I now let them feel say, are they back the woman or whatnot? But let we read from the woman own statement. You don't say not about the receipt, and because to me that receipt they not make any sense. It really not make sense. And even let we say hypothetically, not willing for audit the Freetown City Council, then they're not sufficient for let President Bill bypass the Constitution and say them for remove them. It's not sufficient. Then they not constitute misconduct. No. If a no audit specific institution, let we say for example, the ACC, that situation where VOS will talk about the university, that IPAM building versus that Nigerian property company. So because the ACC no we bring that forward, so you go say the ACC engage in misconduct because they not be investigate that case there. You cannot say that. You cannot say na misconduct because they not investigate a particular case. No, not to misconduct, my brother. Now, wrong characterization of the assessment of misconduct. You don't conduct anything. So how you go be misconduct? To say the least, you go say negligence. If at all it deliberately do harm, a neglect for investigate there. So, but again, people and we just, and even so, that's make Abi spend enough time for talk about that particular section 119 and section 137. 119 make it clear, say even though nobody not for control the Auditor General, but exclude the president for recommend auditing of any institution in the public interest. So if the president and in team realize, say, you know what, there is reason here for Madam Lara Taylor Pierce investigate the FCC on this transform Freetown and stuff, the president for don't send letter to them. Not to, so this now which hunt, no question about it, because process there where the president for don't use. Say, okay, well, this don't come to my attention, and that's make I be go lengthily on that. This don't come to my attention. Please audit. I go suggest in the public interest you audit the FCC clearly, and then let you see what will happen to that. And even so, the president by himself now still gets the authority for say, okay, because I ask him for let do this and not do him, so that's not that's not professional misconduct. So I go remove him. And now still, even if he asked the Auditor General for investigate or audit specific institution, if even you know do him, the president still constitutionally not get the mandate for unilaterally set up a tribunal for investigator and lead to a removal. That's a far-fetched power it take. So, my brother, for use this FCC as a justification for removal, that's far-fetched. That's far-fetched. Why the parliament? The parliament get the authority for ask the auditor as well. And again, the parliament gets the authority for audit the auditor, for investigate the auditor. So why don't we use all the channels then? But yet the president just cut out and take power where the constitutional game. So tell me, my brother, you they accuse we, the Sierra Leoneans, them, where they stand up for true democracy, the true meaning of democracy. Let our country day, not to just this president, let any other president not come and do this rubbish, this foolishness. This is not nonsense. We're not supposed to do this. And this, in fact, deliberate distraction from the issues that another country day. So I'll take your word for it. Saying, okay, well, the whole thing centered around not investigating the FCC or not auditing the FCC. Then they still sufficient for removal? Ebo. And the woman make a clear say, and by even in write-up, and the interview we conduct today as well, it make a clear say, the money where the donors then spend, now they self do them procurement, now they pay people indirectly. FCC now manage the money. FCC now manage the money. The money now come inside the consolidated fund. To say the least, to me, again, I want to reserve this comment for ask in the Madam Lara. If not a financial audit, but you can able sleep in performance audit for make sure say the thing them way then your own part, the FCC part for play, they're able for perform efficiently. But even so, according to what has shown at that performance audit, it get for do with value for the money. So everything tie around the money, the value of the money. But technically, this not a salon money because they are the consolidated fund. So yes, then go able for audit the FCC for make sure say then comply with if then get contract with the donors them. They look into that contract, they can audit them if then they comply by that, or if they perform accordingly for like the Sierra Leoneans them or the Freetonians them, then get the best out of the process. Yes, you can audit that. But for say, oh, well, this, and even that audits, the human talk and clear. Performance audits, they take time. At times it can take years for able to establish a pattern or whatever it is where you want to go after. So for like, when I use one report, and even the report, as I say, and you myself make it clear, not to sign the final report. So within a month, and able review, the acting Auditor General able for audit the FCC. And Parliament, still pass it. So, sufficient for put forward a tribunal for sit down and say therefore remove this woman. Even the FCC in issue, still sufficient, me brother. That woman not embezzle anything for say something embezzle funds or you then talk about also anyway. I go wait the conclusion. Let I read Senge in conclusion and talk to that. But that's really sad though, me fumble them. Let we take, I will say I will take two last call, but I will take two last call and then I go read Senge in post them and then conclude. WhatsApp, VOS Network. Hello, caller. What's your name and who side you call from, please?
Yeah, Mr. Kargbo, I call from Virginia. Thank you so much, Mr. Kargbo, for this legacy where you do and they give you the opportunity for those who contribute for the voice.
You've always calling, sir.
Salon is so shameful. Salon is so shameful waiting to go on, especially waiting to go on for the Auditor General, Lara. Mr. Kargbo, you don't analyze everything where anybody will get sense for understand exactly what happened. But if Mother Bill not to be a bad person, they can audit in office. Now, Ingo allow the auditor. But you know what's the problem? Allow it for them. They go the back, they get boku secret bottom back. They will take and say them go pull them out. So what you go try for do? You go try for protect him over them, but then say, continue for do bad. Because auditing not to bad thing at all. The whole world, any business you do, get for accountability and transparency. Even we say for life. Now make we go to church, we go to mosque for prayer. At the end of the day, we die, we not say for go accounts, I will spend your life. So waiting bad for let them come for interview, for let them audit you, for let we know everything. And let's tell you one thing, Mr. Kargbo, when we don't work in a government, I don't ever work in a government. The law no can audit me, you know, can ask me vote and use me money or whatever. No. When Mother Bill be there for the 18 years, going to be the work. Nobody no go auditor for say he money be the spend or whatever. They said that no, nobody no be the auditor. But as long as they use public money, they get right for audit you for that one day. If you realize that now public money, but with politicians, they no get shame. You see that all get shame? Where you go use the money outside the hotel, he come back, he refund the money, then he go back publicly again, he beg for that. He beg, say, yeah, sorry for what I do. Then they call respect and dignity. But they not get no dignity in our country. They're so shameful. Wait till that woman they go through so right now. We're not supposed to go through. In we talk say, it can for fight corruption. Then it will be one of the flag bearership and a main goal for able fight for lack of corruption day. But it talk and say corruption will fight back. We not be not saying that India for fight the corruption back. Now that's Mother Bill do so. And they fight the corruption now because they allow the thing to happen. Now, waiting the chief minister in go do, they go talk say, audit the mayor. If not be SPP mayor be there, so come, get reference, go reference that one day. Go ever do that day. Because no say the opposition, I make a reference them. But like now that call we don't talk, I only forget talk again because that's exactly and you don't know then give the mayor. You know for auditor, if you become the congressional fund, the kind of the government fund, the guide for auditor. But as long as you know kind of the government fund, you're not going to go auditor one day. But this party here, so they always get one thing. Anytime they ask, they say the first lady chief money or whatever, then they'll go back 50 years backward. From the world don't die, all the first lady, they will audit them back. Which is completely bad. Why if you go reference then tell them safe? Now the table. The one in the table now for deal with, I go stop them. If you the president, you put stop, all man go afraid. But now you open the world for them and thief. Look that immigration officer. We be there to nobody no go get and gift for say get motka this and that. So no. Now we can't power and go get and gift, which is completely wrong. We pray for that country, they God help that country there. But Mother Bill don't pour that country there. They not really pour them. And let's say anybody that support this party, then government charge right now, indirectly, directly they benefit from that government day. Either their family member did it or anybody did it, now make the supporter. But everybody sitting clear say, what they do to man is completely wrong, my brother. It's completely wrong. But
I agree with you, brother. And the example that way you give bang on, where you talk about even the Canadian former minister, bang on. And thank you so much for the call. Unfortunately, time don't bet
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm in phone at the use.
no, that's
I'm
okay.
so
But
sorry, Mr.
you make a relatively good points then. We lie and all will come after personal people, like people when they use government money, nothing. And not get a mandate today. So, but thank you very much. Point well taken.
May
Take care,
God
bro.
bless you. Let God bless your family.
Yeah, let God bless we all, brother. Let me take the last call. Thank you, bro. All right, let me take the last call of the night.
Yeah, let God bless
VOS
we all,
Network.
brother.
Hello,
Let me take the
caller.
last.
Waiting at your name and who side they call me from, please.
Yes, Mr. Kargbo, this is now Lucine again. Now they call from Maryland.
Hello, brother Lucine.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your call.
Yeah.
And waiting at your additional
Yes,
take, sir.
Well, I want to talk about this, the Auditor General with the relationship with the mayor of Freetown.
Sure, go ahead.
Number one, the mayor of Freetown, and you believe in bill. He give the Auditor General one whole floor for the audit department with the audit that they pay him. To be repair. I don't know if they repair or not. So that relationship is already there. That don't not only the give, but for the people of Salon. Not for Freetown City Council, but the people of Salon. They say they want to transform Freetown. That's what the mayor be say. So, unless in time, what to make unless all man say na be corrupt man because he left office, that GTT report. That woman, they know one day church honest. One day no church. So that impressed with the get honest. Because impressed one like how they call them, like a petty cash. Like you get your own company, say give the CEO will give a petty cash, because you're not going to go to parliament always for like spend some money them. That's just immediate use. That one I go investigate so. And that's now during in time, in the say they don't know phone in they carry the expert, they're not supposed to do they for use them people in the country. Because the expert that they carry they get most of the money, they pay themselves. So now change they give the country. So now you make most of the Ebola money because they begin, unless the lobby they begin give your minister them. The organization they don't know what we can. I make them say Salona be the most corrupt country in the world because unless in government during the APC time, they eat more donor money past anybody in the world. If this until we this transform fit away president used to we put up a bridge, then boss we carry waka fine. Now if they don't give office that opportunity today, we look go by the whole thing Chinese boss way and come. We they put two traffic lights, one at Congo Cross and one by what they call by a convent. They don't give APC all opportunity today. They make the but what in Africa matter be on government we can do not fund the disaster in no touch. You not touch nothing. They left all to make the implement within the gun. So they do what they go for doing with the country and the good money, then not international communities and business. I make like MCC that they win and I make all money say, well, this money about only corruption what they talk about MCC they pass because you not touch American money. You not touch Britain money, you not touch World Bank money, but unless now them begin mindful, do that one day. What is money back up? And this moment, that money we didn't give ourselves for transfer Freetown, you know, put on at the Bank of Salon, then go put on a different account. That money is not for city council, for the people of Freetown. What is Freetown will transform? Look at the country, dirty. That woman supposed to do something for investigate that woman. That money will come almost $1 million for 50 almost. Why is Freetown the so? Why we in Kano outside the flood? So the relationship, I didn't say put up that woman. If you want to do it, if all this down money, but you know what to make you not do so. Look Freetown now. Look Freetown. I saw Freetown with time before. Yeah, it's that political. I mean, what have you believes in a which one? Because why this woman? No, if that is it could not be come out, unless almost mansion will be in that country. What about it? Nobody. That way government regional report. I the chapter when they call and say like criminal enterprise.
But Alusine, thank you very much. You time don't go. But brother Lucine, you sorry for saying this, but you they contradict yourself. So you say now where the GTT report come out. So the GTT report, most of the reports we then give now on the Auditor General previous reports. So who that not be the Auditor General? Now Lara tell up
immunity. The president get the immunity from prosecution, I make that woman not touch that office.
No, but
you talk
say now when they pull the GTT report, then discover all them thing and they. But the GTT report, who side and gets the main sources them now from the Auditor General's reports, the previous one then.
Yes.
And who done at the person?
Donald Trump, all the corruption, all the thing where you doing a bad thing. Now we left office and investigate them.
Let we stop this politics
all left
game.
office.
Let we stop.
Benjamin Netanyahu is still a threat war because they don't face prosecution because
me brother, now you they deliberately drag. Now you they deliberately drag we to politicking.
No, not politics.
No. The possible one play politics. Very clear. The fact is, and this is not fact.
Politics and economics.
This is not fact. The possible one drag this whole thing into political football. Now the president. This is a fact. Not to the Auditor General. Not to the Auditor General at all. Because again, listen, make me point. Because sometimes if we go back and forth, people are not going to hear clearly. Let we stop for they do this. Let we stop this. I know very well say yes, you whether not loyalty or support or whatever for your party, I understand that. And I respect that. But again, as Sierra Leonean, we owe it to we country. For let we look at the facts. And this tribunal, now the facts then supposed for be looked at. And the fact of the matter now is, like I say, now it just like what and do about the First Lady. All the accusation against the First Lady, the SEC not even touch on it. What did it do? It found ways for distract and talk about the former First Lady. And at that they happen so. So initially, now the hearings, all we be they talk about now, but this receipt, how it broke confidentiality, how if I don't consult with the auditee and all that stuff, then they because standing on all water. So now they fight for like where you they throw away you they send dirty na wall. Anywhere we stick now, you say oh dirty down in at the wall. That's so it look like, and I make it very clear. This FCC thing, warrant the removal of this woman. And you they talk say the woman not be the audit and escoma during the APC and away the GTT report come out, we able to see all that. Ebo, the GTT report based most of them findings on based on the Auditor General report. As a matter of fact, the APC, with all due respect to SLPP, the APC not be the harassment like so. Like how did the harassment now so? Of course, he write plenty irregularities them against Anesco APC. Boku irregularities. He write about APC. But guess what? APC not go after him because at that particular aspect, then believe say the woman in terms of the constitution and give the mandate for let it go after any money within the consolidated fund. And look where you they try for make accusation. You say, oh, then give the mayor money, it go put on another account, and not put on the consolidated fund. Ebo. Now this way we want let our country go. Ebo, me brother. Again, we all get your opinion on them, but at least your opinion for make sense. And not to fit here, but let we use common sense and throw away the nonsense. Ebo. So if that woman then foreign donors them, then give money. He deliberately take the money. How then go even personally gain the money, sir? Tell me, how donor funds think in Canada country day? Probably you don't even know. So you just they talk all kind to kind of your mind. As long as not to personal money, and they go straight to the consolidated fund. And you talk about MCC and all that. Repeatedly, I don't say about that. Salon still considered corrupt country. Because out of the 100, we still at 35 over 100. So now good marks down there. When you compare apple to apple. So meaning that you compare your development over time, over 100. So an Escoma, the highest score, now 31 over 100. Now, as of, from 2018 to now, the highest score, now 35 over 100. So tell me, 4 points. So now Tidan they will for beat Gumbe for. Then you talk about the MCC. I don't say this repeatedly. Say the MCC now for encourage poor countries them for lack the sort of improve their governance, and that make them load the bar because MCC now low bar because the bar then low am so you can't people them the same people they own are in the same circle the same poor country them, and we know say poverty in link with corruption to some extent. The poor management of the country here. So I give an example. Salon by the MCC, we then are the same category where North Korea they, the same category where Venezuela they, the same category where Afghanistan they, any kind poor corrupt country in the world we go think of, we then are that same category they. So from that category there, then you say, okay, well, at the handle corruption above the average. Now that category there. Tell me now that thing for beat Gumbe for. You know, consider the category where you did not chest, say you did do well among the category, and shamefully, Salon, if they do well, we suppose for even go above the median. All the categories, all the sections them, where the indicators them. But guess what? Even with them terrible countries then they, where mismanagement at the order of the day, corruption at the order of the day, we still not able to pass the economic indicator. Even where the bar so low. So when I stop for the MCC, I'm glad for the money, for the program. And again, the MCC, and as an example, the MCC, they not get for give the government direct money. The money that they go now the consolidated fund from the MCC. So in essence, if money not go now the consolidated fund from the MCC, tell me how the Auditor General go able for audit that money there. That is similar thing. When I hear the ambassador of America to Salon, what did he say? Even the president will say that during in town hall meeting. He said the money that they come to him, the money that they come directly to Salon, now the project then they fund. So the MCC now them responsible for disburse the money. Now then they hire the people them and stuff. So we just they be the beneficiaries of the project. So now similar situation based on waiting the Madam Lara write na report. Similar situation. The Freetown now beneficiary of them donor funds here. But then funds then they not go directly to the mayor in office, to the consolidated fund. As a matter of fact, it's not supposed to go now the mayor in personal account. Any money where they give Salon, and they go to the consolidated funds. And the Bank of Salon for be aware of it. The finance minister for aware of it. Then you they talk about different account and stuff. We will not hear about that. We will not stop them here. It's completely wrong. Look where you want for drag now into politics. Where this not supposed to be a political issue. We're supposed to condemn them. Because now, and again, let's just wrap up and talk about David Senge in conclusions. So, I talk about again self as a reference. Now, yeah. Improper and unethical behavior. Now, As someone who has led an MDA for 6 years, I read every draft and final audit report of my institutions, and now the entire report. I can proudly say that in all institutions I've led, at the time of audit and after, we have resolved all issues we could. One thing is clear, it is inappropriate for Auditor General to change a final draft. I underline this, so draft. To change a final draft audit presented at the exit interviews without reverting back to the auditors or the auditee. That's plain and simply inappropriate. From records in the report, the Auditor General and our deputy single-handedly changed the draft audit reports they received from their auditors to malign the office of the president. So my brother, we just talk, I don't know if now Lucine or James, we say this is not about the receipt and stuff. The chief minister, and according to paragraph 2025 to 2027, make it clear, saying then they malign the office of the president. And it say this is gross misconduct. And look what in, so it's shameful though, it really shameful. And at this they say, having PhD not make you not give monopoly over knowledge. It don't mean say you sabi everything. So it come through very clear, say, you don't even understand the process. The chief minister don't even understand the process. Like how one report or newspaper say FIBA Sampa. Like they dance all over the place. As a matter of fact, not only in the post we're supposed for the address the issues here. Because it get little or no idea about the process. It's supposed for the left family, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General. Because now the Deputy Attorney General lay in Parliament, now then suppose for engage the public. But as they say, Sampa, like it all over. For some reason, he feels so when a chief minister is supposed to be the first person for handle everything. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. You don't get the expert knowledge and it come through. So you did talk about saying, final, but then you said draft. What's in a draft? It look like it sounds like you don't even know what's in a draft. So draft, you can adjust them anytime. You can change part of a draft anytime. And look, in fact, you they talk about draft Naya and stuff. Una suspend the woman in November. Who stand and publish the result? December. So you talk about final draft and whatnot. So a month after we then suspend them. So una get the person will take over from him when the acting Auditor General, it get 1 whole month almost for like review and make correction and everything. So maybe in the same way una tell them say, oh, this is not final draft, for touch, for change anything. Una mislead and then if una tell them so. Because it was a draft. Now that's then said, now that then called draft. Saying not to the final version. It not necessarily means when you say final draft, people are not for change them. It still gets the word draft. So meaning that maybe the junior people not for change anything and stuff, because we own way, we own the south side they work. When we say final draft, it means it don't come off from where we are now. It don't go to the boss, the one above me. So my own side, it don't be final. I don't do my analysis and everything, don't give the boss. And guess what? As a matter of fact, I get 4 people in my head of me. I get my senior manager, when they supervise me. I get, because I dey work na the risk section, I get deputy chief risk officer, and I get the chief risk officer, and then we get the president, who are the overall boss for we own section. We own I will say department, if you want to call it so. So where me don't get waiting at the gather from with junior people them, the people that we me they supervise. I don't get that all waiting at the gather from them. I dey look through them and then make my own changes, and then when me they send them to my own boss, my own supervisor. Sometimes it can even decide, so, okay, instead of we call them final draft, it go call them maybe draft number 2, if me na draft 1, after where I don't clean up everything for me juniors them, and then it send them to them, itself, they making changes and everything. It optional. If certain things, then they were technically deserving for a come back to me and ask for clarification and stuff, it go do that. But if it feels, say, you know what, it can just change something and send them to your own boss, where now the deputy chief risk officer, and no need for consult with me. So to Ram, now your own draft that one day. So your own boss now, can make changes as well. So the same thing, your own boss can come back to him for clarity or whatever it is, and then go involve me. But if they still say, you know what, involve any technical aspect, it good to go or something, your own boss, when are the deputy chief risk officer, they send her now to the chief risk officer. So now chain of command, me brother. So the chief risk officer, guess what? When they send them to the president now of we own department, guess what? It can consider saying the final draft, meaning we all don't do we own draft them. Now the final draft that, and guess what? The overall boss, because now draft, is still get opportunity for review and change things them. And it left to him discretion and make it be the boss. And discretion for come back to me where now the technical expert for say, oh well, this thing here, I not to understand, or now I'm breaking down or whatever. But if not something where it go just ask the one way now the overall to we own department, we own side, we now the chief risk officer, it go just talk with them without even my own boss aware, and then make changes and sign and stamp them for publication without even me knowing, saying, pass I see the final publication, final report, not to draft to, final report, and realize, say, oh, Boku things then they were being included, then change them. I don't get nothing for do about it. Now the chain of command. So you now they say, oh, a kind of gross misconduct and all the thing where you write. Hey, boy. And then worst of it all, you put final draft. You put the word draft. Hey, boy, Mr. PhD, I'm not jealous you PhD, but it's surely clear and I say, you don't even know what's in a draft. Or maybe you know you want mislead the public. I'm not saying you know. So deliberately, you want mislead the public. You make put and clear and I. From records in the report, the Auditor General and our deputies single-handedly changed the draft. The draft audit reports they received from their auditors. And then you put them back, say, then change the draft, they review the draft and make changes, and in your misleading way, say then do that for malign the office of the president. You really deserve for be chief minister? Seriously? With this kind writing? This kind way where you mislead deliberately the people of Sierra Leone? You deserving for being chief minister? My goodness. And you put on a draft. And then guess what? Now the boss there. This not the overall boss. The Auditor General. Then are the overall boss. And then you kind of get the audacity and say, for make no changes or on team them way in junior they don't write. Ebo, and then you tag them into political nonsense for malign the office of the president. Seriously? The office of the president, not a public office, where the constitution give the auditor the mandate for audit that president in office? Ebo, my goodness. And then look what you write after. Conflict of interest and poor leadership. Now, the Deputy Auditor General, while in active service to the government, was having a side hustle leading a private firm to deliver audit services to other public institutions. What? The Auditor General, whose mandate to provide overall leadership of the institution, allowed this to happen repeatedly. And you quote the paragraphs name of that. How is it that okay? How is this okay, you ask? My brother, that they show how inefficient or effective una be. If una realize that this man gets a private farm where you allege naya, say na get them, and then they use that farm day for like the audit public institutions, guess what? The private farm, as long as they receive money from the consolidated fund, audit service no get no mandate for audit them in the first place, if not private farm. And secondly, in terms of the ownership, and as you write now, say you get a private farm where they deliver service to other public institutions. Now, if in gets in private business, and then the public service or the institutions then do a tender, ask for the people apply, company they apply for audit job or for audit contract. Again, I want for take at face value what you say. Now, if them people and then company and they where they apply, one of them na Tamba Momo in company. As long as Tamba Momo no sidom na that panel we responsible for choose the winner of the contract for conduct audit service by the public institutions, the way you say, if audit salon no get the manpower for do that, it require for let them ask for outside help. As long as Tamba Momono Sidom for make sure say it influence the decision for hire in company, nothing not contradict conflict of interest, because it not be part of the hiring process for give that company the contract. So as long as nothing else shows say it they use an insider influence for lack in company profit, because now that's not public, now that's not conflict of interest. If you actions them because of your position, you they benefit from outside dealings. Like let's say the audit salon give contract to your private firm, but they realize say you are part of the lobby, you lobby for that, then a conflict of interest. But as long as you are not daily for let them get the contract and nothing wrong, for let Tamba Momo get a private farm. Nothing wrong with that. As long as in private farm run by somebody else, it not affect the ability for performing work as Deputy Auditor General. So now then thing and the first you need for proof before you just generalize. Oh, you get side hustle and stuff. That you book where you write. You be minister where you write that book, they know so, sir. And your personal time you use, I presume. Why then they not consider conflict of interest? Because that book they get for sell them, where people them within the department go read them, go buy them, and all that. Where indirectly they benefit from people Sierra Leoneans them for buy them. And you they use the platform where you can give talks them and stuff and talk about your book severally. You don't promote your book where you they talk about public issue, about the inclusiveness of Sierra Leone and stuff. You they reference your book, say I even write a book on that and stuff. That is conflict of interest because you they use the public space for promote your personal gain. So you see that conflict of interest now very slippery slope. So you want to be careful. And as chief minister, again, like I say, then talk you are supposed to be coming from the people that we get the knowledge. Because for you, it's like say you need to even try for digesting in a fair way. You do way you might not go one side. You go do everything for justify wrongdoing. Now you do so. And as a matter of fact, if a conflict of interest, some thinking we were then at the position, not even aware. So HR where them now then are the expert for determining that. Some thinking certain things them where we can do. You get for ask HR. Okay, I want to engage in this thing. I want for let una look into it and let know if in a breach of that conflict of interest. So thank you, because at times that conflict of interest na very gray area. Very gray area. So dear me brother, I beg, it's rather unfortunate. And the other part where you say, now there are many other issues to take away, and I can't wait for the institution of chartered accountants, Sierra Leone Bar Association, and other bodies who closely followed this matter with great interest to share their views. I can only assume they are still reading the report, but their silence is deafening. Ebo, as citizens, we want to hear from them. Ebo, this shameful report, now you want to brag about? Really, my brother? Where una trample on the Constitution throughout the process. And look the report. Look what's in the reports they go after. Things that were not supposed for CAMSEF in the public view. Let it in a salon public view, let alone at the international stage. Now you they try for cajole the international community for let them pay attention. In my opinion, are garbage, complete garbage. Where it's so one-sided, it lacks so many standards. Just like how we struggle with plenty of things that we lack standards in that country day. And then they invite international institutions. Ebo, my brother. What a shame. And you also let at quickly try for finish this part. So I don't know. Let I increase this. I really want to do this program once. I say a warrant part 2, but I don't need for go part 2 though. So let us sort of read this. For now, as chief minister, there were 3 out of 4 recommendations, paragraph 315, that I will pay great attention to. 1, the second recommendation is that the second respondent be removed from Audit Service Sierra Leone by the Audit Service Board Sierra Leone. It should be noted that apparently the accused had submitted a resignation letter during the tribunal. My brothers, them, see what he writes now. Yeah. It therefore say it should be noted that apparently the accused had submitted a resignation letter during the tribunal. However, this could not or couldn't be honored by the board then. And then he quote, you can't resign during an investigation. My job is to ensure that board of government institutions deliver on their mandate. Me fambulem, I don't know really what they go on with this minister. Really? Say, for resign, go resign during an investigation. So can't, meaning that it's unethical. Let's remind them of recent situation at the United States. Now the screen for the people waiting at the radio. At the display, the Secret Service director steps down after assassination attempt against ex-President Trump at rally. This woman is stepped down immediately after Congress grill him with questions. As a matter of fact, the investigation into Trump's attempted assassination is still there on. So, my brother, what you they talk about? It look like say, you don't want for that country they be democratic, eh? So you want tell me, say, you go force somebody, if somebody will resign, say, no, you not for resign because you dey under investigation. Whose kind of message you they send so? Saying we in a banana republic, where somebody not get the ability for resign, say I don't want the job again at any time? Now that you they try for tell we, me brother? Banana republic? Say no, you dey under investigation, you not for resign. But yet, where somebody they under investigation, then they put her on suspension. Say if I left the position. And then this person resign and he said, no. Like say it's unethical, it's uncommon, it's strange, it's undemocratic. Hey, boy, really, me brother? Hey, boy, you disgrace yourself, oh. You really disgrace yourself. This way where you want for please the president, for make it feel say he do the right thing. You end up for disgrace yourself and by extension disgrace the country. So, the person resign where he under investigation. Seriously? That's not even good thing. And as a matter of fact, that resignation not necessarily means enough for be liable where it's supposed to be held responsible. If corruption involved, whatever the penalty of the corruption will involve, even as a non-employee of the Audit Service Sierra Leone, is still therefore face the consequences. So what do they tell people then now? Say the guy want escape consequences, now make a resigning position. I wish every politician go there like this. Where he see say somebody want trample upon independence, just like the bank governor, forbid or resign. That time where, things them probably behind the scene is, say, Mr. President BO, they spend lavishly, and they create a difficulty for a job and all that. Any good person, instead of a wait stay, a name pushing to them, even though we get the experience, so maybe not be even aware what they do. The same thing with you, sir. You don't even know what they do at all because you don't get the experience, you don't get the competence for be chief minister. You do not have the competence, and it is displayed clearly by your writing. Boku write up the way they write up. They ask for it because they don't make any sense at all. And some of your actions as well. So like you power drunk now. What a shame. And you're not a young man. Where would they feel, say, with young blood them and stuff, Salone, una the young one them go take the country from the terrible hands of them terrible old folks here. Again, I don't for be discriminatory by age. But the same way as them tent Bill, now the same way Bill self they tent you so. They tent Ben Kelfala. Where one time he be don't stand, say let people all wear black because of fuel price go up, because inflation they up, because things young in the country. But now you go do all kind of things for praise the president, say they do well. Even though the things them way is say let people they wear black for, they even don't pass mark. They're worse past how they be the 10 way ask people if wear black. But guess what? All the time, it in the media and they praise the president, and at the same thing you said they do. So now this kind of leadership, and you don't go afraid tomorrow say you go and run for president with this kind of way it all land so for mislead the people either deliberately or subconsciously. And then the final part before arrest me case, Fambulem. Again, I should give una all lengthy for let una understand. Let una not take them people and say because they get PhD, then are the most brilliant people where it can buy everything. No. Even me we sit on there. Yes, I mean position as senior specialist, but putting in there by economics where I not go say me a master of. I still they learn. But then people can get the impression like they know it all. No. Absolutely not. And then what did he finally say? Let me end by inviting all Sierra Leoneans to keep staying involved with governance issues. And Mr. Go glad with that. However, as has been uncovered by this detailed, open, public, and transparent tribunal, let's not fall for some bad politicians who try to politicize everything. You just point the finger by yourself, me brother. This was an issue of misconduct, unethical behavior, and abuse of office by public officials. Yet it was politicized and almost weaponized by some development partner. You see something? By some development partners. You they talk for criticize for let people not public politicize them, and then they point finger now at development partners. Let's keep demanding more accountability, justice, and the rule of law. And when we patiently wait for the appropriate bodies, I believe you want to say while rule of law, and while we patiently wait for the appropriate bodies to investigate and provide us information we didn't or couldn't know, we move towards a more just society. Chief Minister. So you talk about we demand more accountability, more justice, and the rule of law. All them things then they. Now wanna try for go against by bringing this issue forward. All them things in the way you say, or for demand more. The Auditor General try for all the office of the President accountable for the errors na the receipt. Una say that they considered professional misconduct. And then you talk of justice and the rule of law. As a matter of fact, you know it in our justice, the judiciary, the Supreme Court, supposed for the rule on this issue before even it reached to this point. Therefore, we don't pass injunction on the tribunal and say, on a hold off. We get a case before we on this, because now something in an urgent matter, particularly where it come to accountability as you claim. Therefore, we don't rule on it. If the Supreme Court we don't rule, again, I can always say, whether na ruling way personally somebody thinks say is favorable or unfavorable, me go respect the decision, the ruling, because the Constitution say that them people and they responsible for interpret we lost them. And that means the Constitution as well. So if they be interpret that section where I read, say now only way the Judicial and Legal Service Commission recommend for elect President Bill investigate the action of the Auditor General by setting up a tribunal, if then say that no contradict what the president do, no contravene, where I don't think so because not plain English, I go live with it. The same way as I can always talk about the Anescoma Samsumana saga. Anescoma did a terrible thing by even attempting for sack the vice president. But guess what? It followed the Constitution. You know why? They ask the Supreme Court for interpret that section there. The section where say for be president and vice president, you for belong to a registered political party. So what then do? Then pull them na APC, say na non-member, and at that time, we be still be vice president, it not be belong to any registered political party. So then, Anescoma use that part there, that clause there, and say, well, you not belong to a registered political party because the APC don't expel you. So you know for be vice president. Take him to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court give the interpretation. And because now the highest court of the land, where they say you need to appeal on any side, the international body will put pressure and stuff, but because of that sovereignty of the country, where the country in Supreme Court don't interpret the law of the land, no other person will appeal on that. So what can happen? And Escoma, whether he bribe them or whatever it is, the onus for be on the judiciary, on the Supreme Court at the time. The Supreme Court, the rules say an Escoma not broke any law. So with all fairness, the intention of an Escoma was terrible. But we really don't pay the action of the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court interpreter for an Escoma say what he do, he fine. But in this case now, we don't hear anything from them. So to me, I go rest my case if the Supreme Court say, just like how they rule terribly in favor of an Escoma, if they rule again terribly in favor of Mother Bill, and say that section there, the way how you go interpret them, you go interpret and say, well, President Bill get right by himself within cabinet or the executive get right for set up a tribunal without recommendation from the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. If the Supreme Court say they're right, my brother and sisters, I go rest my case. Because me respect the law. Me respect the Constitution of Sierra Leone. Unlike who president, and now by extension, he ministers them, they don't respect the Constitution of Sierra Leone. Because I respect the Constitution of Sierra Leone, and the Constitution of Sierra Leone say the only body we're responsible for interpret the Constitution of the country, now the Supreme Court. So, but why the Chief Minister not urge the Supreme Court for rule on this matter? So then go get more weight for make the argument to the international community, and we, the Sierra Leoneans, them they think about the country force. Why that not be a priority? But yet they push where the constitution clearly not give President Bill the mandate. But yet they push. And they claim say it follow all the constitutional procedure. Where then they will all know say na false. So again, fumble them. Let us go to the final thing where he say, me fumble them. Unfortunately, the things them are not be complete that side. The things them where he say it go take out of this. I just read the first part. The second part where he say, the third recommendation is for the Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate both accused for their conduct of the 2020 audit report, paying particular attention to the office. Paying particular attention to the office of the President and the Freetown City Council. The Transform Freetown project has been linked repeatedly to corruption, including repayment of funds by the FCC. This isn't witch hunt, but rather asking the FCC to look at the recommendations critically. We fumble them. When I remember, I think it was 2 programs ago, I talked about the feud between the Deputy Speaker of the House, Wayne Tawa, and the ACC regarding the Auditor General report. So waiting the Tawa say, he said the anti-corruption no get no business for touch the report. The report na parliamentary property. So you see again that they show say both the tribunal and in the Senge don't even know what they talk about. As a matter of fact, now parliament is supposed for ask for let them investigate further, for let them look into the report, because now them the Constitution say clearly for debate the report. So if now for set audit, for audit the auditors them, Parliament can do that. Parliament, according to the Constitution, can set up a special committee for looking into the report. So ACC no get no business with respect to the report. Whether the report violates corruption or whatever it is, how. So we audit the FCC. We no audit the FCC. Again, I did say this repeatedly. Why the president no ask him for to do that? Because the Constitution gave that mandate day, or that privilege day. Yes, the auditor can say no, but why not ask him? And why through the run by the parliamentarians, them na parliament, the SLBP parliamentarians, them, and say for like they investigate the issues here. You call the ACC. And then the tribunal will not even get the technical knowledge of accounting at all. Recommend for the ACC step in and look into corrupt practices. Able. So the people them will try for intimidate. We try for forge receipt. Ask for the ACC go after them, because forgery is crime. It's criminal. It's a crime. So that criminal act, where the CID for look into, ask that. So this woman will write a report, where that report they get for be reviewed and debated. Now Parliament sort of debate them, and whatever clarification they need, Parliament gets the constitutional right or mandate for call Madam Lara Taylor Pierce in deputy or whoever they want to call, asking questions as to why, for example, you not audit the FCC. So it's whose business the FCC get to with this? Whose business really? So the clear case of parental where the Constitution not give a safeguard as a give for Lara Taylor Pierce. The ACC said do not get the mandate for all parental accountable, an administrative issue. Parental where the Constitution not protect the way how it protect Lara Taylor Pierce. ACC not get the mandate according to him for go after parental. Where it's very clear, say corruption involved there, and even in the ACC, he write up the press release. It say himself not convinced. I the paraphrase, and not convinced say parental not get answer the corrupt practice of in wealth. He himself say that. He said, but however, you don't get enough evidence for Nila. Case where almost somebody in a village self where you explain to her and go say, no, but that man get hands day. That man know about that corruption action day. That corrupt action day. ACC no able. The same thing again with Jai Kai Kai. It's very clear. So you get corrupt motive into that gift day. The ACC still give a pass on that. And he say because of limitation. So this one now where the Constitution protect for let nobody no interfere with the function of a office. Now they go recommend ACC and you know able to think critically. You jump all over the place. You're excited that the tribunal recommend that. Where they even don't know what thing that they do. And the last recommendation where this laughable, as someone closely involved with the ongoing constitutional review process, I will closely pay attention to the fourth recommendation, which speaks to the issue of reviewing the Constitution, Section 137, with a view to providing an effective mechanism for the monitoring and disciplining of the Auditor General. This is well noted. Ebo. So what do you tell we now, Mr. Minister? So you tell Sierra Leoneans then say, the Auditor General not get enough guardrail we not go allow them for take advantage of your office. Now that you they say. So waiting at the essence for go debate the reports in Parliament, Mr. Minister. If done they not to guardrail. If done they not to for control or for sort of make sure, say you get a proper balance of monitoring. So why Parliament they review in report? Why Parliament they debate in report before it go public? Why? Waiting na that process day. Waiting na that review process day. Waiting na the reason for debating it. And then what you want for do what you're excited about. So for the only institution so far na Salon will remain standing against the terrible influence of the president, for like that institution they not be independent. So you gladly now with this recommendation. So the president will use this recommendation and say, oh, well, because of the so-called misconduct, the so-called unprofessionalism. So now, what we go do, we go make the Auditor General, they report to the president. Now that you want for then do? Now that you want do? Because now she's answerable to Parliament. So for una, we not regard the functioning of parliament, the sanctity of parliament, where una no regard the importance of parliament. So now you they say not a better monitoring mechanism that I put them back for people and for read. Number 3, as someone closely involved with the ongoing constitutional review process, I'll closely pay attention to the 4th recommendation, which speaks to the issue of reviewing the Constitution. So it gives reference to Section 137, with a view to providing an effective mechanism for the monitoring and disciplining of the Auditor General. So you want to take your independence now, you want? Because now the only institution that's where they challenge the office of the president. Now the only one that now. The judiciary, silent. Parliament, foolishly, they even clap for corrupt somebody who wants paran back, one paran back. What a shame. Even with the corruption right all over the world. So the executive, now they run the ship. So don't capture almost all the institutions. You make reference to the Sierra Leone Bar Association. Look what they go on there right now. Una don't infiltrate that institution there, where now it's almost meaningless because then they get fed in between. So then they create that ineffectiveness of the association. So now the same thing now, una want similar thing una want do with this one now, because this one they challenge una, they audit una for pull una irregularity, but this is shameful. Oh. So let me fast forward from the 2020 report where Madam Lia Taylor-Pierce not only signed the final report, come to the 2022 report. The number of irregularities them that I report there. Majority of the irregularities for them na the president in office. For them na the president in office. So meaning even after where Madam Lia Komodi, the acting Auditor General, discover so many irregularities. And I see one day when they do on press releases, on a press conference and stuff. Nobody no ever say we'll go after for correct their irregularities then they. And they worth Sierra Leonean in time than for talk about fake receipt, and then the Auditor General no audit the FCC for distract people them. Why una not knock chest? Why the president not knock chest? Say this not disgrace. Are they try for go after somebody in the name of misconduct? But look what in this 2022 audit report show. Say most of the irregularities come on at my office. Any sober-minded president we want fight corruption. That for be something we go preoccupied with instead of for go after this woman way and not don't do anything but for serving country diligently. I bet you the money where salon they pay him, it go make maybe 2, 3, 4 times that money they if it can work abroad. And that's make me clearly, as I tell you now, the standard when we don't land now, I'm not going to work in that country there. Because I go do, like I tell you now, where I read the standards, Madam Lia is soft. It's really soft. So me then at them positions then there, I go even do more than Madam Lia. So now I make another go work in a salon. And clearly, again, waiting how they make, if na salary to salary, not to the thief. Me salary more than the president's salary, not to boast. So if I go work in that country, they like how Madam Lia, they work in that country, they are for love for the country, not for the money. And the love we get for in country. So plenty of we where they come out abroad, we want for go push that country. Like now, how much hours I don't spend so? I have love for my country. I for go sleep because I get for work tomorrow. But love for my country. And what other country they go before? So, Mr. Minister, I don't know other than corrupt motive for mislead people and when a corruption. I don't see any iota of credibility in your writing at all. For praise the report, the tribunal report and stuff like that. To me, a simple garbage. It's just distraction. We get plenty other important things them for talk about, for deal with another country. And this woman, and let conclude by displaying, waiting. To me, I go call him a distinguished lawyer. Augustine Soyi Sengbe Mara, waiting he write. A tweet say, what is happening to Lara Telopias and Tamba Momo is exactly why so many people think it is not worth it to fight for Salone, to stand up or speak out. Two respected professionals are now being wronged by all what is wrong about our society. This should not be what we teach our young ones about public service. National service should reflect more Laras than parents, and we should do much more to protect and incentivize good citizenry. Otherwise, even with the best of policies, would only make progress for the stats, meaning the statistics, and not for tangible national development and social cohesion. 100% I agree with that. Salone, we further encourage or produce more of Lara Telopias than kind. He writes somewhere where a quote, that transition, government transition team report, it show clear. It praise Lara Telopias. But that report there. But guess what? Now my brother they say, oh, Lara Telopias, one of the callers, say Lara Telopias not be go after an ESCOMA in administration, except for where the audit report, the GTT report come on Hado, where the GTT report not Lara work the reference. So that woman will not be afraid as APC. So now the same thing again they do for doing work under SLPP. But APC then scared the scandal. But apparently the so-called democratic leader, champion, father of democracy in a Salone, then they go after the only institution where we for boast of. So we get somebody, they will get Salone people and back. When a Madam Lara Telopias. Now him, we so-called father of democracy, they go after so. They don't kill the ACC. They don't kill the bank governor. They don't kill the judiciary. Of course, they don't kill parliament. So also the institution again will go stand in the way of the president fastly becoming dictator. Lara Telopias, the audit service Sierra Leone. So now they go after him. So my brother and sisters, do allow no quiet. If we like Salone, that's not something we not for even second guess, for condemn them. Whether you know APC or SLPP, as long as you know Sierra Leonean, my brothers and sisters, a worth for stepping, a worth for talk about this issue. And not only that, but for condemn them completely. So me fumble them. Again, I want for Lefuna with a conclusion. So waiting at the conclusion where I get now, and for conclude on the standard. So like the difference between the three audit types. So in conclusion, understanding the differences between financial, compliance, and performance audits is crucial for stakeholders in the public sector. Each type of audit serves a unique purpose and provides valuable insight into different facets of public administration. So it's very important to understand each one of the audit type here. But apparently the chief minister don't even understand any of them. First, financial audits ensures transparency and reliability in financial reporting. Salon, not to just Salon, but every country need that. And as a matter of fact, most advanced countries, if not all, they adhere to the standard, the international standard of auditing. I just want to make the record. I want to set the record straight. 2, compliance audits uphold the rule of law by ensuring entities operate within legal boundaries. So, where they say, we for check the impress, we for check the receipt, for make sure say the receipt it reflect the spend where the money where the hotel cost. That's for be within the boundaries. It for be within the boundaries of the Auditor General in office, in functions. And it's my responsibility for make sure say uphold what's in the Constitution say, the rule of law, and how we go uphold them, for ensure say all the entities, them public entities, them where one way or the other they use the consolidated fund, or I put them clearly, the public money, then for be bounded by the functions of the Auditor General. And lastly, the performance audits. What they can do, drive improvements in public services by promoting efficient and effective use of resources. When I remember what I tell you, I say, if Madam Lara want for push them go far, it's supposed for audit president bill every travel where they travel, for make sure say they spend salon money effectively and efficiently. And this they summarize and I say performance audits, they drive improvement in the public services by promoting efficient and effective use of resources. So it's very clear, saying in the president's bill during Anes Koma in time, is Anes APC they spend like drunken sailors. So I don't know waiting now the worst case of that, where they don't exceed. By adhering to the international audit standards as outlined in the ISSAS, public auditors can effectively contribute to accountability, transparency, and good governance in the public sector. When I see why I say Madam Lara even lenient with APC and SLPP, because as a matter of fact, if he really push for doing job like to the letter, it's supposed for all every sector, public sector in that country, they accountable, for be transparent, and also good governance. Now part of the international standard, audit standard. So now that I will conclude and say if the chief minister they talk about accountability, the rule of law, say we need for promote that. The beginning for be even to me, not to just for like a present a report to Parliament. As a matter of fact, other African countries that don't do that. They're supposed to give the Auditor General prosecutorial power for go after people them way go found wanting of irregularities. Get lawyers them we go prosecute them people them. Not just for lady reports in Parliament and all that, that's it. No. Then for give the Auditor General power. Where like how they give ACC power. say ACC can prosecute people where they found wanting of corruption. The same way, so for give the Auditor General power for prosecute them people or the institutions them where the report show full of irregularities. Otherwise, then go always they play politics, and at that make even when the 2022 report, audit report, when not to Madam Lara supervised that report there, it still shows a majority of the financial irregularities if for done at the foot of the office of the president. What did the president do? And now they even talk about them. None of the members they even talk about them. And sadly enough, the deputy speaker of the house, when Atawa Conte, I hear they talk about, oh, it don't recover almost 50 billion leons and all that in targets now for recover 100 billion leons. And then sadly enough, then Kotam saying it try for get our money for the president in government. Ebo, why you not start first with the president in office, where majority of the irregularities they come up from the office day. So now see how we politicians them they misuse the salon people them, they take we for granted. I want to tell una boku thank you for where una spend so much time, over 4 hours, but I just want for let it be one program, and I will make we people in our salon cut time and probably repost segment of this discussion, because I talk about plenty things them. I will give them that responsibility there. So I want to say boku thank you to now all. Let God bless the one and only country we go say na mama salon. But before that, me famble them, I want for appeal before we come to that final blessing day. The country by itself are just land and structures. If we, the salon people, them not team up, for we all proud of that country day. We picking them and grandpicking them, and the one they yet unborn, for say yes, we grandpa them, we great grandpa them, we do something for we enjoy this beautiful place where we call salon. We fumble them, instead of we improve the country, then can't hear where they happen. So a huge setback to the development of that country there. So dear Army brothers and sisters, particularly the people in we then feel say everything about that country there is politics. It's not supposed to be so. Yes, politics definitely not the order of the day. However, though, if you look well, you get people and we get ideology. We mean well for the country. So why we not go take that energy there and put them towards pushing salon go before? And sadly enough, I don't talk repeatedly, people them like David Senge. Now somebody where we be supposed for the proud of as Sierra Leonean, if it be utilized in God-given potential or the thing where it don't go school for. Look how many amputees then in a salon. Till now, some of them they struggle. Don't get leg. And you get people where they get certain sick, where they cut them food. Or even so, let we just because salon the population small. Why we distinguish? I use the word distinguish now because the sideway specialize. Now sideway every salon person for proud of for on in behalf. If we be able to set up factory, we go to produce the legs then they call them by English prosthetics legs. So then prosthetic legs then they for bring not to only money in the country, but if we put salon at the map. But look what they can do. the thing where if we're able push in country go before in a meaningful way, he abandon them. Now it come by the corrupt practice of the terrible politicians here, and don't become one of them, and probably even worse. So that's very disappointing. Yes, I believe in democracy. I not go tell you what you for do or how you for practice your life. But to me, it will be more meaningful than for the defendless, the defenseless, if I can put on so. For defend this kind of act and plenty other acts them where they kill with democracy, they push Salongo bien. You get better thing for do for Salon, my brother. Where Salon, you legacy go stay. Because that factory the way you go build. And you train people in a university where you go even pioneer the cause. So you train more school picking them where they come up, how for put them together electronically and support people them. That demand they all over the world. We they see now they want ton countries them people them they lose their limb. Where you for able for say Salon are the first person this will open this kind of factory. And then people benefit from it. Like you make the people away affected by the war, where they not get limb. You make that if at all safe, you know, able be free because of the cost of your materials, but make them in a reasonable way where maybe the government can subsidize. That an important way for use your talent. And if you ask, what about me? Now my talent are they use so? Are they use within a land na school for share with me people them? So this is not direct appeal. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Senge, Mina Abdul Karim Kargbo, are based in Canada. And call VOS anytime if you want to talk to me as a brother. Or even if you want to challenge me, please come now we show. And challenge me. But to me, I think you did do a disservice to the country because you don't show clearly, say you not get for be a good politician at all. You get for probably be worse than them people here we don't come before you. So politics not to you calling, brother. You calling where to me, the international community recognize you for that. And nice for you maintain that. Not forget what you go school for, where Salon go benefit and the international community, the world at large benefit. But the politics the politics of Bio, the politics of Koma, politics of Kaba, and all the presidents them, I can always say, except for Samilton Magai, all the people them after him, them politics stink. Really, them politics terrible. And you said don't join them. My brother, let we pray. My brothers and sisters, let we pray for we politicians them. And let God direct them to the righteous path. Because no matter how we talk, now then get for great policy we go change Salon. No other person no go change policy. No other person no go implement new policies. Now them, now the people are within the politics. Because if me talk from morning to this, from January to December, at the end of the day, the only way we are going to influence change and for less Sierra Leonean be aware and vote the people where them believe say deserving of them vote or believe say them people and then get better vision for the country. But clearly not to them people where they vote for. So what Lord we pray for the one day they vote and the one day they vote for let God direct them and let them think about Salon Force. And let God bless you now with our family. We don't deal with me for this long. And all the presenters then at VOS are sorry that I go way, way long, but I just want to make a complete show. So that's make I take this much time. and let God bless una all with una family, and let God bless the VOS and the people in na salon, we VOS supporters them, reporters them, and everybody that are country there. Let God, if you they think evil, meaning they swear, they allow not swear people them, but if they think evil, selfishness of that country they for yourself and at the expense of the country, let God touch your heart. Let God change you at the right path. And above all, as I can always say, the one and only country where me and you to cherish, where we call Mama Salon. Fambule, let we continue for pray for that country there, and let we continue for put that country there first. So Fambule, by God's grace, Matilda Godenaya and possibly Mr. Jamboria on Saturday, I go encourage you now for let una stay tuned for join them on Saturday for another episode of Salon Issues. And on Sunday, by God's grace, Mr. Shilon, Lawyer Shilon, will return. I know we're at the hot seat this Sunday, but definitely it will be a very good program, I believe, because beaucoup things to for discuss with Mr. Shilon and Mr. Jamboria. Hopefully, go talk about, and I will encourage you to follow now tune in on Sunday, where at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Salon time it will be 8:00. Salon time it will be 7:00, and UK time it will be 8:00 p.m. So I will encourage you now for tuning on Saturday. Matilda and show when at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Salon time, 10 p.m. UK time, and for the Sunday show, as I said, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time, and 7 p.m. Salon time, 8 p.m. UK time. So until next Thursday, when we go see una back, now this same station, same time, me na Abdul Karim Kargbo, they say until next Thursday, una thank you and God bless we all. Una tata.